want to apologize for starting this program a little bit late. This is unlike us. And I welcome all of you to this program where we are trying to see how we can encourage our women to participate in decision making in our society, where we can see how we can work towards having inclusive development. Now we go straight to the second item on the agenda, which is opening prayer. So someone can volunteer to give us the opening prayer.
Let us pray. Our Father, we want to thank you this morning because of your mercies and faithfulness even unto us. We thank you for our nature. We thank you for our creation. We thank you for calling us women. And we thank you, Lord, because hitherto you have helped us. For the gift of this blessed day, Father, we say, receive all glory and adoration in Jesus' name. And Lord, we have come. And we have come into your presence. And your word says, in the presence of God, there is fullness of joy. And so, Lord, we pray that the Spirit of God will direct all affairs of today in the name of Jesus. Father, Lord, we want to see you in action. We want to see you to speak to us. We want you to challenge our mind, our inner hearts, and let the truth be said in the mighty name of Jesus. And Lord, we pray. By the time we are saying it, Father, we want you to establish them. We want it to be established. We want it to come to pass even in our lifetimes in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen.
Lord, we thank you. Holy Spirit, we invite you and we leave everything even unto you. Take preeminence in the mighty name of Jesus.
Amen.
For we have prayed in Jesus' name.
Amen. Thank you very much, Ma. Please, can we all be on our feet so that we can take the national anthem? Let us remain standing, please. This is a women's program, so we are going to take the women's anthem.
All across the nations, all around the world, we men are longing to be free, no longer in the shadows, forced to stay behind. A song for women. Let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song for women everywhere. Women can't be silent when all around the world people hurt and hungry children cry. We'll sing out loud for justice, hold the rights of other people high. So sing a song for we world and never development and peace. Women now are working to build a better world where the love of peace can rest on every shore. Where men lay down their weapons and learn to love and share, and people work to bring an end to war. So men everywhere, let it ring around the world and never, never cease. So sing a song where men lay down their weapons and learn to love and share, and people work to bring an end to war.
To promote, to take the introduction. I will start with the host of this program. That is the General Coordinator of Justice Development and Peacemaker Center. He is not here physically, but at center. And with us here, we have an August visitor. She is one woman who has the protection of the rights of women at heart. She has done so much to ensure that there is equal participation in decision-making, governance, politics by both women and men. Yes, I will just do Professor Dudushola Iyabode. She is the chairperson of Osun State Wing of CAN, Women CAN. You're welcome, ma. We also have here with us Honorable Ladipo Iyabode. She is the magistrate. She works with the Osun State Judiciary. You're welcome, Your Worship. And we also have here Mrs. Sanusi Muibat, the Zonal Coordinator Association of People with Disabilities. You're welcome, ma. And we have our mommy here with us. She's one person who has been very, very supportive when it has to do with the protection of the right of women. She's no other, our mommy Olori Adetokunbo Falade Fatila. She is the Olori of Akpetu of Ikpetu Ile. You're welcome, ma. So, once again, welcome to this program. I will briefly introduce the members of JDPMC here present. We have with us Mr. Festus Ojewumi. He is the program manager.
Let us give her a round of applause again. So thank you. And once again, I welcome you and I thank you, and I'm wishing all of us a very, very beautiful and progressive deliberation today. The reason why we have called for this joint reflection today, although the reflection itself centers around women, and as you would see, the significant number of those who are seated today are also women. But that is not to simply conclude that maybe perhaps this is a kind of a way of pushing a feminist agenda. Neither is it a case that we as a church, perhaps we are trying to flow with what everyone else is flowing with. It's actually not the case. It is true that this revolves around women, and it centers on issues that have to do with women, governance, public governance, and issues around it. But to also say that we should not mistake it as if the end objective of it is all about women. No. I want all of us presented around a table that discusses the future and progress of such society. Everyone has seen the mistake of the past, what has resulted from exclusion of very, very important components of a group, especially when it comes to discussion about the future of a nation state. And we feel that this should not continue again. This may look, the whole thing may look like this is a problem about women, this is a problem about the situation of women, but this is having a continuous negative effect on the development of our society. We must deal with it. Today, Nigeria is the worst country in the whole of Africa and the ninth worst in the whole of the global community. How do we talk about progress, development? How do we shape our future? Let's sit down and talk about all of this. The next question I would like us to ask ourselves is, given the situation we have found ourselves in Osun State particularly, in Osun today, we have zero representation of women in the state parliament. We have zero representation of women in the National Assembly. Now, it means that in the National Assembly, there will be no representation of Osun State in the Women Caucus. It means that in the State House of Assembly, there is not going to be Women Caucus. Now, the question I'd like us to put before ourselves is, if we must talk about dealing with issues that border on the development and the stabilization of women within society and within family? Are we going to say that men in the State House of Assembly are going to form women caucus? The question we should ask again is that within the present State House of Assembly, is there a special political configuration or a special political framework that has been set aside, a kind of mechanism that is going to focus or take care of concerns that border around the life and the development of women? These are very, very critical questions. If we cannot establish that such structure is in place, if we cannot establish that such mechanism is in place, the next question we should ask ourselves is, what do we do? Are we going to say, okay, we have a situation where there are no women in the National Assembly from Osun State, no women in the State House of Assembly in Osun State, and then looking at it again, even in the executive, the degeneration of women inclusion from 15% in 2010, degenerating to less than 10% in 2023. The question we're going to ask ourselves is, if we are to leave the structure to go on a cruise situation as we have it today, are we going to have a state where nothing is likely going to be discussed or pursued with respect to the development of women for 4 years? I think these are very, very critical questions that we have before us, and these are the issues about which we think we should come together, have some discussion, reflect that given the present political situation that we have in Osun State with respect to governance, the modern world today has recommended 35% women inclusion for a proper development and evolution of society. In parliament, we have 0%. In the executive, we have less than 10%. Those of us in the civil society, the question now before us is, how, within the next 4 years, are we going to gender that border on the development, the realization of the vision of women is always included in annual or the 4 years policy of government? Essentially, this is the reason why we have called us here today, and I know that the one whom we have called is someone who is well experienced, someone who is passionate about Nigeria. I'm not going to say passionate about women, passionate about Nigeria, because this is about our interest as a nation. Whether we like it or not, should this revolve around women or not, it's something that affects our common good, our common humanity as a nation and as part of modern world. So we know that Mrs. Ene Obi is someone who is well passionate about Nigeria. We know how much of her life she has given to the country. And obviously, every one of you around the table, we know how passionate you have always worked under very, very severe and difficult conditions to pursue common good with respect to Osun State and our country, Nigeria. So I once again wish us a very, very happy deliberation as I thank you once again for coming.
I think that is not enough for my boss. Can we put our hands together again for him? Whatever you know about JDPMC, this is the person that has taken JDPMC this far, and he is still going to take JDPMC further. So please, once again, put your hands together for my boss. Thank you very much. Now, from the introduction, we could realize that we have women from different sectors. It is not compulsory for every woman to join politics or governance, but it is compulsory for us to get the support of every woman when it has to do with women who have decided to join politics or governance. You know, if we get the support of women, definitely we are getting the support of children. And also we are going to get the support of our husbands. And that is why we have women from different sectors. So now we are going to take item number 7 on our agenda. And this is going to be taken by a highly conscientious and seasoned community consultant with an excellent community service who has worked extensively on many projects. in different thematic areas because of his flexibility in project execution. He has coordinated projects on good governance, campaign finance tracking across the 36 states of the Federation.
Again, as the General Coordinator has rightly said, we are glad that you are part of this approach program. And also, our mommy, Miss Ene Obi, thank you for coming. Before we go into the real conversation, what we actually want to do is we want to actually look at the efforts of JDPMC in the time past in promoting women inclusion in politics and governance. I'm just going to show us briefly. I don't know how we're going to do it. I need everyone to see this slide, sir. All right, so just to flip through some of our activities so that we'll be able to know where we've been coming from. Some of us, this is our first time of being here. Some of us has been part of our activity, so I quickly want to take us through JDPMC's efforts in promoting women inclusion in governance of the state. Shall we? Next slide. We have our strategies. We have different strategies that we're actually using in actually trying to advocate for women. So I'm going to be taking those strategies briefly one after the other. I'm going to show us some of the activities we have actually implemented. So talking about the strategies, we have number one strategies that has to do with, next slide, capacity building programs is actually very key and important. We've realized that if the capacity of women are built, definitely we have a very good society. We have countries like Rwanda that have a good number of women representations, and things are working well. If the community is peaceful, as a matter of fact, we actually need to greet and appreciate the effort of women in such a community. And that is why we saw the need for capacity building. And in the past years now, we have actually been doing that. Like, I'm going to show us pictures because I won't want to go to in-depth of the activities because of our time. Capacity building that has to do with women involvement in politics, governance, and community development. And we have a resource person that actually did that. So these are group of women. Actually, we have built the capacity of women across the 24 states, 24 local government area of Osun State. We have our women groups, we have women influencers, we have women clusters that they hold quarterly meetings to deliberate on ways in which women can actually be engaged in community development, in governance, and in policy. So these are some of their capacity building. Next. So we can see these are different sets of women, like I said, across the 24 local governments of Osun State. So we have them. We also advocate. Some of the advocacy visits, let's have them. Now, in Osun State, before now, we discovered that even if you want to prosecute violence against women in politics, there is no substantial law backing it. And this actually called for us working on Domestication of Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act in Osun State. So we started the process. We organized a roundtable meeting among women stakeholders to brainstorm on things that can be actually put inside this law. This VAP law was actually passed into law. Act was passed into law in 2015 in Nigeria, but eventually it was domesticated in 2022. So we actually worked towards that in order to have a legal framework that actually supports women participation and a legal framework that actually serves as protection for them. So roundtable meeting, we did harmonization of these VAP acts. Then we presented to the State House of Assembly. Then we organized various roundtable radio program to that effect. Let me just show us some of the. So this is actually the picture of the roundtable discussions that was held for the domestication of VAP Act. I'm sorry to say, in the time past, most of these laws, especially when it comes to domestication at the state level, they usually copy it verbatim from the national. And we actually don't want this to happen. So as a matter of fact, we made our input to this VAP law. We ensure that, okay, what are the things that we actually need to be present in this VAP law. So we held a roundtable discussion that involved women to discuss on, okay, what are the things that should be factored into this VAP Act. Next. So immediately after the harmonization, it was actually presented to the former speaker. We now have new speaker, Osun State House of Assembly. You can see this is the meeting where we actually presented the VAP law. Next. So this is the picture for the former speaker. So as these are, please. All right. So immediately after the harmonization, we also had a meeting with the wife of the former deputy governor then. So we can see her here, where we actually discussed issues that centers on women and also on the VAP Act. We held a meeting with the Ministry of Women Affairs, as you can see. Next. We also did a lot of advocacy to women groups. That's the former Yaloja General. We had a meeting with the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Women. We also had meetings with the KBAC to actually talk on women issues that borders on women. Next. The security agencies were not left out, because when it comes to prosecution, then we need to have a solid relationship with them. So we did that too. We paid advocacy visit to them. Some women stakeholders, we paid advocacy visit to them too. So that has to do with advocating for women issue. Then after that, we saw the need for us to actually do a kind of research work in order for us to know what are the things that actually affect women generally. And actually that one took us to a thorough research, the next slide, that talks about research conducted in political economic analysis. And this research actually led to the formation of what we call Women Agenda. The Women Agenda inside this document contains ways in which women capacities can be built towards productive engagement, ways in which VAP law can actually be implemented in Osun State. We carry a series of the research giving priority to women, organizing sensitization activities aimed at amplifying women's voices, increasing their access to political space, encouraging government responsiveness and accountability, and all the likes. And these are some of the interventions we have actually done on this Stop Violence Against Women in Politics campaign. Next. We organize live town hall meetings, focus group discussions, and all the likes in order to actually drive home the need for women inclusion. Let me just run through this. So this is just an advert that we placed, and we designed IEC materials to women, public, and political participation. These are materials that women use on their quarterly meeting to brainstorm among themselves, and some of other IEC material. I want to thank you very much for listening. I just make it brief. There are a lot to discuss, but we actually don't want to take our time. That's why we just made it very brief. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much.
Please, can we put our hands together again for Mr. Festus Ojewumi? So yes, we are gradually getting to where we should be. And our item number 8, the citation of the main speaker, which will be done by a special person. The citation of a special person to be done by a special person in the person of Mr. Richard Akinyosotu.
Thank you very much. Maybe it's my gray hair that has made me special. All right. We have a short citation of Comrade Ene Obi's profile. Please, let's have the full. Yes, thank you. Comrade Ene Obi is the immediate past country director of Action Aid Nigeria and the immediate past convener of the Nigeria Civil Society Situation Room until her appointment as Action Aid Nigeria Country Director in February 2018. She worked in various capacities within Action Aid Federation. Notably is her role as a regional trainer at the MS Training Center for Development Cooperation in Arusha, Tanzania for 5 years between 2011 to 2015, and as a consultant supporting Action Aid International Gender Response Public Service, GRPS, under the Action Aid Denmark between 2016 to 2018. Within the last 16 years, she has worked in over 15 countries across Africa and some parts of Asia, leading various Action Aid projects towards the realization of the organization's vision to eradicating poverty and promoting social justice. Next. Comrade comes with more than 27 years experience in development work from diverse backgrounds, including the labor movement, she worked with the Nigerian Labour Congress as Assistant General Secretary between 1992 and 1996. She also served in various capacities with the USAID project from 1996 to 2007, providing technical support to ensure NGO sustainability, democratic participation, women's political participation to about 155 partner-based organizations across Nigeria, and as a child survivor specialist, amongst others. She equally provided technical assistance to many governmental multi-sectoral ministries, especially in the area of child health on behalf of between the aforementioned years. She, as we all know, and began her activism in the Students' Union as the first female president of the Student Union Government of the University of Jos. She has suffered several detentions and jail by the military government in the quest for Nigerian democracy, like many students before her. As an activist, she started her core involvement in social movement struggle from the women's movement as a staunch member of the Women in Nigerian Movement, WIN. Comrade is a social scientist who is passionate and committed to social justice and human rights struggles, women and girls' rights, gender, economic literacy, and political empowerment, democracy, and governance. Then we ask, how did she attain all this? Did she not go to school? She is a graduate of English education from the University of Jos, Nigeria, and she holds a master's degree in international law and diploma, and other master's degree in political science, both from the University of Lagos, Nigeria. She is currently undergoing a PhD course in political economy and development studies, which she started at the University of Lagos. I deliberately put those ones in capital letter so that we can know how selfless Mrs. Ene Obi is. She had to put them on hold and defer so that many orphans and vulnerable children could go to school, using her resources to support them. Ladies and gentlemen, please be on your feet. As I present to you a passionate, courageous, selfless, intelligent, and a role model, all in the person of Comrade Ene Obi. Please put your hands together for her. I believe you can do better. A resounding round of applause. Thank you very much. We are privileged and graced to have you amongst us. Thank you very much.
Because I've worked at the grassroots level, I lived in Lagos for almost maybe 27 or almost 30 years. And so I worked in the Ajegunles, Makoko, Amukoko, Mushin, and all of those areas. And equally did that in suburbs of Kano, suburbs of Aba, in Abia, if you go to the suburbs. And one of the songs that resonate with me is Nigeria Iti Gbogbo-wani. Okay, so we are going to sing it and mean it because we are all Nigerians. You say 50% of the population are women. And who is a woman? We'll decode that later. So can we sing that together? Nigeria Iti Gbogbo-wani. Kó má gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́ torí kò sí ibòmíràn tí a lè lọ. Àjò lè dàbí ilé. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sowọ́pọ̀ ká fìmọ̀ ṣọ̀kan pé èyí pé. We are going to sing it like we mean it. Are you contributing to Nigeria? Do you think you have a portion in Nigeria? Do you think what you are doing, even from your home environment, means you are contributing to Nigeria? Then we will sing. Please be seated. Your Royal Highnesses, Reverend Father Peter, who is not here. You want me to sit down? I have to sit. I'm a teacher, so that's going to be traumatic. A bit. Oh boy. Okay, may I have your permission to sit down, please? That's pretty tough. So, my beautiful sisters and brothers, it's a great honor to be here this morning. My fellow compatriots, it's a great thing to be in your midst. Since after the election, I haven't been back to Osun, but we were here for the Osun state election, and I met a few of you during the time. When I listened to Father this morning, I was wondering why I was preparing myself so much, trying to prepare myself for this. Because the first thing that I was told is that this is going to be a town hall meeting. Of course, it is a town hall meeting. It means we are all going to be part of this together. And I'm really, really excited for the diverse, representation in this room. It's really a great pleasure. The journey started a couple of, about 2 months ago, when Festus kept calling me, and it's a tough job to be the country director of ActionAid. And then I took another job again. So country director of ActionAid is a full-time job. And then I took another job, which is the convenership of the civil society, Nigerian Civil Society Situation Room, leading about 90 organizations across. I successfully transited the power to another person, as a convener, Civil Society Situation Room, because I did not want to go into anything like recontesting. So I was able to hand over power successfully, which I'm glad that I was able to do that, because the beauty of any leader is to be able to have successors. So for me, it was with gratitude that someone succeeded me. And so about 2 weeks ago, I equally did that in ActionAid. After coming to the end of my tenure, we were able to find a successor. And so I transited again. I ended that journey also successfully. But before I ended it, and then, Father and Festus came calling, and I'm like, okay, you are happy to say, now I'm leaving, so let me shift the responsibility to the next person. And so when they talked to me about coming to Osogbo, coming to Osun State, I said, no, I will not be the country director at the time. Father said, we are not looking for the country director. We are looking for Ene Obi. At that point, I became really weak. It's like, okay, it's me you are looking for. And I look at myself. I'm over 60 now. And so, when you come to this time of your life, and some people call you, and they recognize what you're doing, I'm really amazed when they tell me how they feel about what the things I have done. And I'm like, are you talking about me? He said they believe. Can you please come and share ideas with us in Osun State? Share ideas with this women network. Let's talk together. Let them have a town hall meeting with you. How can we move forward? And I looked at it very seriously. I said, after getting down as a country director, I want to take a holiday. But we looked at it, and also the fact that by next weekend, I'll be leaving the country, and my next week is full. I looked at it, and I'm like, okay, if I can make a meaning to somebody, to a people, if I can touch some hearts, what am I worth? Staying at a convenient environment or staying at my comfort zone? Because I come from the background of activists who are not paid anything before you go for meetings. From the time of women in Nigeria and also through the time of military struggle, as students, we go to different meetings in different parts of the country without you having 1 naira in your pocket. You will enter the long vehicles. If you are going to the east, or if you are going to Osun or going to Lagos, you can travel from the north. Where we were now, you can travel from Maiduguri to Lagos without paying a dime. Because the long vehicles, when they see that you are in need, they will carry you in their vehicle. And so we travel through the backs of Gongoro, the 9/11. Some of you don't know 9/11 anymore. But some of you do, and all of those, and then you have these special vehicles that is in the southwest at that time. You know that one? They have Paco on top, and all of it. We're able to travel. When we are holding our meetings, everybody gets to the venue of the meeting by 9-10 p.m. in the evening. That is on a Saturday, because we are workers. And so you appear at the meeting venue. We start our meeting by 5:30 in the morning. If the meeting lasts till 4 or maybe 5 a.m. and you can catch 1 hour sleep, look for a place there, you lie down there. Where will you get a comfort of a hotel? Who will give you the hotel? How? In fact, if one person had the money for a hotel, that time we will share it among everybody. Because some people are just looking for money, maybe to eat rice and beans on the roadside. And so this is the background some of us are coming from, and how we have to go through struggle. The times have changed. The times have changed. the poverty level have also changed. And I remember a politician mentioned that when they say there is poverty in Nigeria, their own reaction was, if there is poverty in Nigeria, people will be picking from the dustbin. This was one politician, and I remember his name very well. And when he mentioned that, you know, when you have lived, the baby is supposed to be pushing and the baby is not pushing, you know trauma has started. You know a life is being threatened. And even since we started sitting here, so many women have lost their lives on the maternity death road. Father brought us back to the fact that in terms of representation of women, Nigeria, in Africa, we're 54 countries in Africa. Nigeria is number 54 in terms of women representation. The giant of Africa. And that giant, we need to trace, to try to trace certain things. You are the giant of Africa. And I want to quickly just go back to 1997. Myself and a couple of women activists or feminists, because they were men and women, decided to pay a visit. Then for you to know their connection at the time was that it was top-notch. And that they will fuel the vehicle for them. She will go to Funmilayo Ransome Kuti's house and go and be sleeping on the floor and begging Mr. Ransome Kuti, please release your wife. Gambo Sawaba will join a train from Kano and come to join them. And she was also, you know, and then they will go to wherever. To try to help women. Because this is a town hall meeting, we need to talk to ourselves. Which woman are you helping today? Who have you identified? I want to, it's a reflection time. Father says it's a reflection. So I'm PMC for organizing this meeting. And for bearing with me and asking me to come with all the schedules and the way I shattered some of the programs. You know, for you to be here this morning. For us to be here this morning. And so if women like Margaret Ekpo, and then she challenged us, I'm still on the journey for you when we went to have a meeting with her. We were almost 100 that went to visit. And then she looked at us and said, when I used to move from one place to the other with Funmilayo Ransome Kuti and Gambo Sawaba, all of us had standard 6. All of us, standard 6. That was the nature of women at the time. But today, he said, many of you are graduates. What have you done for your sisters? So I'm asking so we turn to ourselves. Me, I thought I was raising so many children. I was paying school fees and breaking barriers for women. But when this woman finished with her address, I felt really terrible within myself. Because I felt I had not really started. What it means is that if at that time you are at the verge of even going to look for money for transport, money for fuel, to save your sister, but now you have money for fuel. Some of you even have cars. How have you used it for your sisters? In your own environment, in your community, in your state, and then we're looking at the country. Meaning that you can take off from here, and they say there is a woman who is oppressed in Lagos, or a woman who is oppressed in Enugu. You can take off from here and go there. But let's start it from home and move it slowly there. When she finished addressing us, we went with buses. I am telling you, all of us straight to our hotels, and we did not speak to each other because we're feeling stupid. We're feeling foolish. And we're feeling, so where have we been? What have we taken for granted? And so, that question, I'm turning to all of you. All of you here educated. What have you done for your sisters? Using your channel, using your immediate community. What are you doing? There is one area that I wasn't paying attention to until I was hired by Fair Trade Africa to come and take a meeting, in Nairobi, to come and do a training. And that training, they said it was on human rights based approach, but they said it must include self-esteem and self-confidence. I'm like, okay, self-esteem, self-confidence. Until I went deep into it, I did not know how it was dealing with people, how it was dealing with women. Self-esteem, realizing that you are somebody, realizing who you are, was something so deep. And I think as women leaders, many of us, we need to look at how are we mentoring the other women? How are we noticing the other women in our lives, including our housemates? Because they are mothers of generations to come. Because they will leave your home one day, and they will be mothers as well. And for me, I have always treated anybody, if you've entered my threshold, you are either, if you are bigger than me, then you're a sister. But if you are younger, that can be at the age of my children, you are a daughter. And I'll give you absolute right, just like any other child of mine. Because nobody knows what anybody will become. So I never had a housemate. Somebody can come into my house, maybe I'll pay you, I'll put you in school, I will still, put you through, so that you can also illuminate other people. And at all times, you need to also reconnect. That for some people, you even have to beg them to help them. And they will dish you. They will pay you back in different coins. But as long as you are focused, that your kindness and your love to them and your commitment to them is not between you and them, but between you and the Almighty God. So it's distinct. Even when that person comes back and insults you, you let go. It's not between, okay, I will even tell you sorry. Meanwhile, you are the one who is wrong, but I will tell you sorry. Because you can't come and insult me and it will stay with me. No, it will follow you. Because I cannot be insulted. And I will tell you that, tell you about that later. And so, let's start this meeting and start this reflection on a note, searchlight. To be a change agent, it is only when you are changed that you can change anybody. If not, you waste your time. And so, as we are reflecting, all of you are sitting here, you are from a family. You are from a family. You have a family. I want you to take yourself through the family radius itself. It's either you are a mother-in-law, or you are a sister-in-law, or you are a daughter-in-law, and so on, or a cousin-in-law. What's your role? And I want to look at that to say that when you have a sister-in-law, I want to bring that to us. When you have a sister-in-law, maybe, let me say a son-in-law, a daughter-in-law. You have a daughter-in-law. Many of you have gone to take other people's children, other people's daughters, for your son or for your brothers. Who is that daughter? That's a girl who, when she was born, a huge celebration. The whole family, relatives from all over the place, the way you do it in Yoruba land. Everybody, there is joy, there was joy that accompanied the coming of that child. And then the nursing period. I'm not talking of the labor pain that came through, that the mother carried for 9 months. And then that day, you are rejoicing because of the arrival of that princess. And then how many months later, or how many years later, you start taking the child from school? You know how many years you do nursery? Pre-nursery. There is pre-nursery, Abi? There is so many of a reception, Abi, and so on. There are so many of it. I remember when I was, into development work, when I was having children, there was a day I went to the school. I said, I'm traveling, I want to travel with my children. And the teacher said, no, but they have to write exam. I looked at the teacher. I said, what kind of exams are these ones writing? If you want, I give you tomorrow, write all the exams. I'm going with them. When I come back, I come and put them. Because I don't know where to keep them. They are not qualified to be here. But I'm keeping them. But when I'm traveling for a long time, because of family time, I have to take them as well. But what that means is that until primary school, I just want you to analyze what a woman is. 5 years. From 5 years, then she starts primary school. You as a mother, if a father doesn't attend all those days, you will attend. Open day, whatever, whether it's book they are writing, and so on. The mother and the father of that child followed. If you have a committed couple, all of them will be in attendance. And then at the end of the day, the child goes through primary school, goes through secondary school, maybe in a boarding, maybe they fly her or something, or they put her in a boarding. You have to go for all the days. You have to cook their special meal to go and meet them. And then to the university, they leave home, and so on and so forth. And then they do their youth service. And one day, all you have done is you go and knock on the door. One collector. They knock on the door, and then you say you want somebody's daughter. Look at the process that you go through. When she comes and sit down in your house, you look at her and say, who is this? Who is this idiot? Who is this stranger? Who is... You just shout. You don't treat her as a human being. You have forgotten that you went to take somebody's princess. You should feel blessed that a child has been given to you. Somebody has been added into your family. When you leave your family, all of you who are married here, you know the loneliness that accompanies such journey. So the child will be very lonely unless those she's giving the children to is on ground to accept her and to welcome her. And I tell people, I said, the first time that my son came to introduce a girl, the girl came, and you know, many girls who want to satisfy mother-in-law, they come and cook. I say, where are you going? To the kitchen. I say, go back and rest. I'll cook for you. I'm not that kind of mother-in-law. And I told, you know, whenever I go to their house, I take charge of the kitchen. I say, but tell me what to cook so I don't over-dominate. Because you have been suffering with the children, and I have no time for mugo. When I come, you rest. That's the kind of mother-in-law I am. What kind of mother-in-law are you? What kind of sister-in-law are you? You go to your daughter's house who has been suffering, carrying the children. She doesn't even know what to do. You cross your legs. You cross your legs. And you say, come and serve me. Go cook for me. That's what daughters-in-laws do. Your darling, somebody has added to your family. When I welcome my daughter-in-law, I said, you continue to be a princess in my home. And I'll protect you. And of course, my children knows that if you are in the wrong, you cannot come close. And so, who are you in the scheme of things? Sisters-in-laws, you have no patience with your brother's wives. Champion. In your family, starting from your family, to protect the girl child, to promote the girl child. This is the core of how it starts. If you are in an environment, in a community, there are how many of you in a community? Tough women in a community. What do you do to protect the girls that are around you? I know Kudirat, Abiola's daughter, is it Hafsat? Hafsat kept telling me, he said, look, and then we need to start a kind of cells, combing 10 women together in a location, 10 women, protect the next child. So you are the chief of your cell. Make sure that anybody within that 10, you are on the lookout for who is pregnant, who needs something, who does what, and so many things can happen. We have not started that. But I'm bringing us down to the lowest level so that we can first appreciate ourselves. Appreciate the next person to you. What are we jealous about? They said women don't like one another. I think I've been hearing a lot of those things. A lot of people have said that in the patriarchal nature of society that we have, you will find that to be true in some places. in the patriarchal nation, you have been psyched to hate one another. And so you can't get out of it. But you know, we are all Christians and Muslims and so on and so forth. Where is the love of God that you have in your heart? So where did that go? What are you preaching? I live for my religion. You know, I'm a Christian and Lord Jesus is the pillar of my life. And he has given me so much love. And that's what I share. Freely. Because he gave me freely too. And so, what are you? Who are you in the scheme of things? We need to identify here. Because when you live here today, you should not be the same. What are you willing to do for the other? In my religion, using an example, is that you punish, you did everything, you continue to commit sin, you did a lot of things against the Lord Jesus. But he forgave and died on the cross for your sake. Your sister does something and you lose your temper. Your temper goes sky high and I cannot forgive. You cannot forgive. Then you cannot be forgiven. And so, what can somebody do that you can never forgive that person? Because you are carrying a burden. If you can't forgive somebody, you know it's freedom. My sister. Are there some people in your life that you have loved, but they don't love you, but you still love them anyway? Do you have to love people because they love you? There are some people that are within your circle, in your office, that will never laugh. You have to identify them. You have to be sensitive to identify them. I used to break down in terms of when I see the faces on the video of the young girls there. When I see those faces, I say, I have to continue to struggle. Those are the energizers for me. Because if you don't struggle, the stage won't be better for them. And anyone who leaves the stage worse than they meet it, you're a failure. Worse than you met, it means you're a failure. If you exit that stage that way. And the question is, or the position is, what do I do to live it better? I think that's why we're here today. So what can you do? We have FIDA Nigeria here. We have NAWAJ. We have all of you who have been working tirelessly. And I think for me, as a country director of ActionAid, when I became the country director immediately, something beautiful happened. Though we followed it for about 1 year. Global Affairs Canada gave us money for only women-led NGOs, about 100 women-led NGOs. Not to tell them what to do, but to ask them what do they want to do. Today we have a lot of network working across the country. That if you touch a girl now, we will follow you to wherever it is. If you touch the girl child or you touch women. And so if you are not connected to that, we will be discussing at the end of the day with JDPMC, to see what else can be done for the women of this great state of our time. We need to look at what are the situation, the role of women in politics in Nigeria. But while I was searching for a lot of things about Osun State. Not just coming, so you will have to give me your own backup in terms of when you start making contribution. Because in this reflection, it's not Ene Obi that is coming from outside that will give you solution. The solution is in this room. And what I was talking about in terms of self-reflection is to unleash, bring out the power that is in you. The strength is in you. And so many women before us have done that. And so, when I was coming into this meeting here, I tried to talk to some of my colleagues who are from Osun State. I tried to do research in terms of Osun State, the great women in the land. It was a very difficult one. Very, very difficult, because not many people have written. And all of you are here. as writers and so on and so forth. But not much is written, except for the surveys that shows sort of the representation of women in politics, that showed that, Osun State was even one of the highest, was the second highest from the 2009, the early days, until 2015, everything started dying down. And so I was, looking at some of the history. But even in primary school, you will hear about Queen Moremi. You will hear of them and of her, and that she made it to the list. She's a legend. And many of you know the story. And you'll be able to also tell me about some great women that you have noticed that have given their lives. So it's not just Ene Obi here today that is saying something or that has given her life. There's so many who have gone before me and that gave their lives. And so, this heroine of Yoruba land, sacrificed herself and went into the camp of her enemies to learn their weaknesses and also help prevent her town from getting raided again. That's Moremi. She was instrumental to the freedom of the people of Ile-Ife from the claws of tyranny from other tribes. That's a woman. A woman from Osun State. A woman at that time. How educated was she? Well, she did that. We have the likes of Elizabeth Abimbola Awoliyi, who was the first female physician to practice in Nigeria. She was born in 1910. In Lagos, she was the first West African woman to earn a license of royal surgeon in Dublin. These are women, the heroines of our time, and many more. She graduated from Dublin with a first-class honors and a medal in medicine and distinction in anatomy. She served as a senior specialist gynecologist and obstetrician in the Federal Ministry of Health in 1962. Some women have gone before us, eh? Some women have gone before us. But you can also imagine that at that time when she goes to meetings of surgeons, she'll be the only one. Are we together? Are we still together? Now we come to Fumilayo Ransom Kuti, who was born in 1900. We have seen she's a heroine. Fumilayo, one unique thing that I found out about her is that she was, of course, she was an educationist, political campaigner, and women's rights activist. Before the Nigerian independence, she founded the Commoners People's Party in an attempt to challenge the ruling NCNC. That's a woman. So the political attention we are talking about did not start today. Fumilayo Ransom Kuti was, of course, very, very passionate. We still have Bolanle Awe, who is from Osun State. Are we together? Are we together? Okay. Bolanle Awe, she's still here, and she was born in 1933 in the town of Ilesha. After taking a master's degree, she has a roll call. And I think Prof here will testify to one of the things that she has been able to do. And she's a professor of history. I remember very well that we went to Beijing together. I was lucky I was a young woman when I went to Beijing in 1995. Was lucky to be one of those who went. And then she has pioneered so many things. So many. She's one of the idols of Nigerian women. Very, very ordinary, very seamless, very simple woman, and really, really proud, to have met some of those iconic women in my time. The ball comes to our court. The ball comes to our court. I did analysis of looking at, where are we from the self. One of the things that I like most, I'm a human rights activist. I was one of those who called an extraordinary session for the then military government, extraordinary session of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. for the Abacha government in 1995 in Kampala. You can imagine how one can dare, even the military at that time. And we went for that meeting, we came back. Human rights activists, the daring nature of the time and some of the things that we have had to do at that time. But I just want to reflect that women representation itself, if we are coming from the time of Funmilayo Ransome Kuti, and now in Osun State alone, we have thousands, if not millions of doctors, female. We have engineers, thousands of engineers who are female. Lawyers are in their numbers. And then we have so many. So what's wrong with us? What reflection? We're still in the patriarchal nature. We cannot do it alone. No single woman can do it alone. So where do we go from here? If I can't do it alone, you can't do it alone. And we have the future to defend. We are having children, and those children will have children. And so your grandchildren will be in trouble. So where are we going from there? So what are your thoughts? What can you commit? How can you move forward? So decision making is being taken. You have all the commissioners and so on and so forth, all the directors. You don't have any who is someone with disability. If you don't wear the shoe, you don't know how it pinches. You cannot decide. Women, now we don't have jobs. The unemployment rate is massive. You have trained children, they don't have jobs. In fact, mothers are at the worst because children, when they don't have money, they hardly can go to their fathers because their father will just turn their eye. And they will not even bother. But mom, they will come to you. And one of the things that, for some of the children that I have raised that have no jobs, I don't even wait for them to ask me. Because one is that they have the guilt that I have trained them and they don't have jobs. Then they come and ask, can I get pocket money from you? How long will they ask? For years on ending. But you also don't want them to fall into bad company. So you have to chip in something. You ask your children who don't have jobs, if their psychosocial support is their mom. Their support base is their mom. And so we have trouble in the land. I went to lead a meeting in a place. And one woman got up and asked me a question. He said, Madam, please, can you assure me of my safety before I can say what I want to say? And I turned to her. I said, I don't even know about my own safety. I cannot assure myself of my safety. But what I know is that the blood of Nigerians are flowing. And I'm a mother in the land. So the blood of my children is flowing. And I'm a mother in the land. It's not about whether you are going to die. Death is a must. It will come whether you like it or not. If you even grow so old, biology will set it. It will settle that. Biology will settle it. So, when we are looking at issues on what you need to do for the other woman, and so JDPMC have shown us the beautiful, mobilization, and Richie, all of you have worked so tirelessly. Festus, you have worked so tirelessly. But where is it in the numbers? We need to ask ourselves. And this reflection, now you are in 24 of the local government. You have done this massive work. The reflection is we sit back and start identifying where did we go wrong? What is it that we are not doing? This self-esteem and self-confidence, mine is that everybody needs to go through the training on HRBA, capacity building, on human right-based approach. Because I believe that every human is equal. Even at workplace, whether you're a cleaner or a driver, you are equal like me. What we show at the end of the day is that my salary is bigger than yours. But that does not take respect from the driver or from the cleaner or from whoever is on ground because they have equal rights. How do you treat your sisters? Do you consider yourself superior to other sisters? Your ranks may differ, but we suffer the same thing. As women, do we notice ourselves? For us to go to the issue of representation, I want to again draw us down to the reality of gender. The fact that equality does not mean the same treatment that is sorted. One is for every woman. I was talking to some young people a few days ago, and I said at the age of 10, girls these days start seeing their menstrual cycle. At the age of that, somebody mentioned 8 the other day. They brought me down to say even at the age of 8. And so I want to draw it to your reality, the commonality of us as women, as girls, that for 5 days, the guys here, they are a product of a woman's blood. And I will explain. So I don't save people when I want to explain this. For 5 days, there will be free flow of blood. All of you seated here, you can afford to make sure that you are clean and you are neat and everything because you can afford the sanitary towels. What about those who cannot? Have you thought of the rural areas where girls are going to school, where we now have 140 million Nigerians living below the poverty line? So is it a father and a mother who is looking for food to give you that you are going to ask them to buy you sanitary towel? Where will they get it? I just want you to know the reality of time, because we all come from villages. I come from a village. I don't know about you. Some of you are from towns. But I come from a village. As you are here, how do you relate to your village? How do you relate to the girls there? How are you able to take some responsibilities to be able to help them? Because a few of us that are earning for those who are not earning. These days, somebody said my saddest day in life is the day I get paid, because it has already gone. These days, somebody will just send you, this is my account number. And it's through phone now, they are sending a message, so you have nothing to hide. But you also, as Africans, you cannot hear that somebody is in pain and you don't commit yourself to it. You can't hear that your sister had not eaten since 3 days and her children, and you don't sell your wrapper and send the money to them. Because we are Africans. So I say 5 days, 5 free days. In a year, 60 days, free flow. In 10 years, 600 days. In 20 years, that's 1,200. In 30 years, that's 1,800 days. Except the days that you are expecting a baby. So 9 months you are safe from all of that. And I share this other side of the joke that if you sleep with the wrong person and the period doesn't come, then you know that you need that period to come. You start. But also, if you have been waiting for a baby and the period doesn't come, in fact, you are begging God so that the period will not come, so that blood will not come, because it's a function of that blood that life begins. So we are all products of blood. When people also have accidents, one of the greatest killers is when the accident, maybe somebody gets a cut in the wrong artery, and when the blood finishes, from the police and also the civil defense corps here, they will see people who just died because all the blood had gone. But if there was blood replacement immediately, you'll find out that will not happen. And so, I'm not shy to talk about it. But when women are going through that, when they are going through the period, some women have the greatest pain of their lives. The greatest pain in their lives. We are not the same. Some women, I knew of a wife of a doctor who will be rolling on the ground. I want to stop. He said, don't stop her. There is nothing you can do for her since we got married. Unless when she's having the children. She will roll on the ground, and she's a nurse. Roll on the ground. But you have job to do. You are a mother. You have to cook for your children. You have to go to the market. You have to do this. You have to attend to social, family meetings and all of that, even when you are in those pains, and you do it gorgeously. Oh, woman, you do it well, but know that your sister may be in more pain than you. If she's working with you, if you are in the same workplace, how do you support her? How do you notice? I'm a beneficiary of some great women. Great women from different parts of the world. And also Nigerians. When my pregnancy is like this and I'm working and I'm thinking that somebody is suspecting you. You know, when you have pregnancy, it's as if you are a sick person in the place. As if people don't believe in you because you are walking sluggishly and all of those things. But I had these women who will come and touch my shoulder and say, how are you? Well done. Have you done that for any woman? Or you as a woman boss, do you shout on them, shout, move from here? She can't come to work and she tells you, do you understand? Do you notice that? I want to give an example of that. There is one day when I was a governance team leader in ActionAid Nigeria, because at one time when I had provided, support for the federal government in so many ministries and so on and so forth, I knew that the political will was not there. When I noticed that that was not there, I started looking for a place to, as an activist, I want to go back to my ground where I can talk, where I can shout, but of course shout with evidence. So when I got to this, I joined ActionAid, I normally look at where the women are. So I go around in the morning and I give hugs. I went to this table and I got to this table, an accountant. She wouldn't even look up to look at me. That's the first time. She wouldn't look up. I stood by that place. I went and hugged her anyway. I hugged her like that, but she wasn't moving. I said, meet me outside in 5 minutes if you want to talk about it. So we had a balcony where we can meet like that. So she came out and she broke down and cried like she has never cried. What is wrong? My nanny left this morning. I have a child in the creche. My children are coming back from, school. There's nobody in the house to take them. And my boss wants me to deliver. And my boss doesn't want to hear anything. I am not the boss. I'm only a woman. Luckily, ActionAid is very favorable when it comes to women's issues. And so I moved around a bit. I said, okay. My daughter was waiting for admission to go to the university at the time. I said, okay. Every morning I will drop my daughter in your house, but your driver will bring her home in the evening. You are not paying her anything. You are not doing anything. You need help, and we are willing to give help. We did that for about 6 weeks when she got somebody. And my daughter testified later that, Mommy, I read in one place that says it is good to help people. So I'm happy to help. I said, you are not, we have to help each other at all times. My children have seen so many things because the level of help that we give is on another course. And they have had to share their mother with so many people, but they have not been jealous with it. And so, at that time, so you do that. The lady I'm talking about is in Canada today. It is not between me and her. It's between me and God. Because I don't know what my children will need someday. Who will help them? You don't own life. Live yours and move on. Sow the goodness that you need to sow. And then you move on from there. So I just want to use that as a reflection that in all of the communities where you are, even where you are working, or, as a Royal Highness, you look at your community. Who are those women that are in need? You have some people that today can afford certain things. You look at even the school within your community. You can say, this person, can you send us maybe 20,000? Let's buy, a sanitary towel or something to go and help. Once you do that, you have started sowing the seed for those girls to sow forward. And so, in all of that, the person in the question, to be a change agent, you have to have changed yourself. You have to have look at yourself. And when I talk of human rights-based approach, are you a violator of people's rights? Are you a violator of people's rights? Do you use your mouth as a sharp tongue to remove people's dignity in front of you? The tongue is supposed to be positive. But some of you, you become the pleasure. You become the one that everybody is looking at. And even in your homes, even to your children. I have seen, one auntie of mine, the son, I was trying to get something through the son. What are you saying? What are you doing? Said, my mother said I'm an idiot. That nothing good will come out of me. And I believe her. But the mother didn't know that this child took it seriously. And so it took this boy years to come out of that, to become something. Though the mother, if you see him and the mother, they are jolly and all of those things. Because this tongue, if you use it to destroy, you cannot bring it back. So even from your own and from your children, be careful what you say to them. Because for the children, you are their heroes. You brought them into this world. Do you look at them when you look into their eyes? The love that is so deep in it. One woman made a testation when she was dying. They said, what would you have regretted? What do you regret? He said, the many times the children are coming with their dirty hands and all of that to hug me. And I did not hug them. I wish I never stopped them so that I can get as many hugs. Because those hugs come with love. And you say, no, go and wash your hand. Go and wash your hand. Wash your hand. By the time the child washes the hand and come back, it's not the same intensity of love you get. And so what you do within your own home, in terms of sanitizing yourself to be ready for this change, you have to do a lot of work. From within yourself and then around your circle. Occupy and be the champion of the area. In everything, what we do is to be courageous, to be radical, to be bold, but be humble. In everything we do. That's the African culture that I love. And that's the Yoruba culture that I love. Humility. Humility does not mean that you will not stand up and say the right thing. When you are humble, with diplomacy, you can bring the words. And people will listen to you. There are some young people that sit among elders and take decisions. Because in their humility, they are able to tell the elders the truth. And so, let's do soul session for the kind of capacity gap that we find today. It is time for us to search our souls. For me, women, that's my constituency. But humanity is my tribe. Humanity is my tribe. I'm a mother of boys and girls. And many of you that are seated here, none of you raise your children alone. Or your brothers and sisters alone. In the African culture, you have so many children that you raise. You have some children that you keep food for. When you don't see them, you are missing them. If it's in Oibo land, you cook for yourself alone, cook for your child alone, and all of those things, but that's not Africa, and I love it for that. I want to now go down to, in terms of where we are in this zero level of what we are talking about. So if we don't eradicate some of the things that I've talked about already, how do we move forward? Because we have done a lot of campaign, we are doing a lot of women education, you are doing a lot of wonderful things, community women's meeting, the CAN representative is here. We have women, let me even talk of my own community, which is a Catholic church. From the Catholic Women Organization, look at the population. Who do you vote for? You are busy talking among yourselves when we have the soul of Africa to save. This is the city of the black race. I went to, I went to Brazil. As a younger person, I went to Brazil. When you go to Brazil, the names you hear is from Osun State. When you are hearing Yemaja, you are hearing Princess of Osun and all of that, where do they come from? In fact, one of my colleagues, the wife, is a priestess of Osun. And so, when we went to their home to meet them, he said, which God do you serve? I said, you know, which God do you serve? I said, the God that I serve, the God of Abraham, the God, the Almighty God. They said, no, not that one, the other one. For all of them that left these shores, their ancestors left them with the gods of the land. The gods that you have all forgotten about. Everything is on ground in Brazil. Everything is on ground in Brazil. When you go to their pubs, I like dancing, by the way, so when I went there, I went to some discos. And then you'll be here, Shango, Orishanla, Obatala. You hear all of these on ground in Brazil. All the deity they went, they are holding on to the freedom. They are holding on to the freedom. And so if we don't make this place okay, how will they come home? That, my friend, came from Brazil. I said, I have visited, you visit. We went to the Osun Grove to go and carry Osun water, to go and give the priestess. That's to tell you the value of what you have. Your children who left the shores, they are crying for you. They are coming. Now, when you are looking at the women representation, from 2000, we are at a point now, from 1999 to date. The story is told that we have about only 157 women that have been elected to the parliament from 469 that ought to have been elected. In terms of, like 38 senators, that's those who may have returned to the House and so on and so forth, and then 119 members of the House of Rep, as compared to 2,657 men. You have 616 senators, and also, 2,041 House of Representative members during this time. From this last election, you have 92 women who contested and 3 won. But the other day, I think Natasha was declared. That will create a change. And I can tell you, so sometimes you want to tell yourself, is it that you have not done something right? During Natasha's election, can you imagine somebody, a governor, bringing a bulldozer to remove half of the road? To remove so that one vehicle will not connect to the other. Because he said some bad people were coming for security. Okay, maybe not the governor. Let me not say it's the governor. Somebody did. And that sister, rugged. Overnight, they put the road back. She did that. But where were women? Am I talking to somebody? Where is our role? What role have we played in the lives of the women? Barrister Ene pointed out earlier to say that all of us cannot be contestants. If you are not a contestant, you are a voter, you are a campaigner. When we are looking at elections, forget about tribe. And I think history has shown, all the books I have read has shown that it is women who cross party lines in terms of leaving their parties and crossing to the other side and say, you are a woman, so let's talk together. Now we are faced with, it's not only in Osun State, in the before 2023 election, we had 11 houses of assembly in Nigeria that have no woman. Not a single woman. In some places, you have only one woman. What can you do when you have one woman? And so what is going on with our community work How do we get women to get into councillorship? That's the grassroots. And we have all of us, the police, Nigerian police, you are all over, the local government, NCDC, the army, even all of the women in uniform. They are in every place. They are also voters. Though we are still campaigning that on election, people on election duty, they should have a way to do early voting. Because many of us don't vote. Because we are on election duty. We cannot vote. And that's what is going on here. In the last election, in the election that brought in, Buhari, the second time, we had about 84 million registered voters. Of course, half are women and so on. But in the last election, we had about 93 million. They said 49 million, about 49 million were men, 44 were women. At the end of the day, if they do analysis of those who voted, majority will be women. But violence, of course, showed its head. And because of that, denounced a lot of people from voting. But so, are we going to continue to talk about what has been done? Or do we focus on the future? I think that's the reflection of what we're here for. And so we need to look at where are we going from here? There's Osun 2026 and then 2027. It is coming. How do we plan for that to change the stem of things? One state can be an example for others to follow. What is the context of what you want to do? The president of Women in Politics, that's Barrister Ebere Ifendu, they are working tirelessly. They have the Young People's Academy, Politicians Academy. So if you work, when during the introduction, I had young women, and I was focusing on that. They are one of the constituencies that I said, are they present? Will FIDA be here? And all of that. And I'm happy that they are all here. We need to pay attention to the young women, both in the rural areas and all the areas. Gender-based violence got skyrocketed during COVID-19. COVID-19 brought all of us out to say, even as a couple, you don't know your partners. Because all of you have been running after money. But now the government removed your freedom. You are facing home together. So many women and men went through violence, but majority were women and their children. I had one guy in one of our offices confirm that he didn't know that's how the wife used to work. He runs out of the house, but during COVID-19, you can't run anywhere. And so frustration and all of that. We got to know ourselves more, but it also brought in a lot of violence. The government of the Federation quickly came on board. The Violence Against Prohibition Act and all of that. Many of it, some people even made a stiffer penalty. The issue of rape, we are having this meeting under the context of so many realities. We have Chibok girls. Some of them are still in captivity. All of you are mothers here. All of you, mothers or sisters or brothers. When they take your sister for one day, if you don't know where she is for one day, or take your daughter for one day, it is hell on earth. But we have these children that have spent years and not much is being done. Some of them have lost their parents. I know of 2 mothers that died because their heart couldn't take it. And so many. But when I was in charge, a couple of months ago, that we had a meeting of the Lake Chad Basin meeting, I saw so many other women that says we don't even have the data of the women that are in captivity because so many of them. And then they take these women out. Sometime there was something that happened in Kaduna State. About 300 women were taken. Girls were taken to the bush. When they came back, so many of them were pregnant. As a mother, what would you do? When the crisis started, they say it's only in the north. It's no longer there. If we don't do something to make sure that we are also in the representative capacity, what's going to happen? And in many cases, women are not in peace work. Women are not called to the table. They have commissions. They have so many areas. Even when they have, one of the things we did was a 35% affirmative action, which was in Belgium in 1995. Nigerian government was there to affirm, but up to today, even the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, has not been domesticated. It has not been domesticated. And so, affirmative action, some of members, after 2019 election, we came together. We said, no. The representation is apart. What do? Let's invite some retired judges, women judges. There are so many of them. Women judges and so on. We came together. How else can we move forward? And so we went to court for the affirmative action. Even the affirmative action, which is the 35% you had signed on, the court, Attorney General of the Federation, challenged it in court. And so the case is in court. Are we together? And so the 5 gender bills that should have allowed a representative, issue, which is what Rwanda did, that should have been allowed, but they threw it. They threw it out because of the patriarchal nature. Some of us were at the National Assembly for 4 weeks in the hot sun. I never knew that the black skin can burn. But when I saw myself, later I did not recognize myself. But immediately we mentioned that we are getting skin burn. Some young women went and bought sunscreen and everything, and brought to us. So many people went to the gates. But that thing that happened at the National Assembly should not only be National Assembly. At the State Assembly, even the laws that they have not promulgated in the National Assembly, laws that have not gone yet, can be in the State Assembly. In any State Assembly, they can bring laws that will want this affirmation. And once they put it into law, they can observe it. But then the political leadership is needed to be able to do that. And so those are some of the struggles that we are having. And much as we have gone this far in doing so many of the things that we're saying, it's as if some people are just not getting it. The former UN Secretary General, Kofi Annan, gave so many words to the heads of states and the presidents that there is no meaningful development that can be done without women. He said it cannot be. And so the backwardness of our society, a lot of it is because women are not involved. Because every woman cares more from her immediate. A man can eat and go home, but women. A man can also get up and get out of the house because there is no food to eat. Walk around and set his freedom. But can a mother walk out? A mother will find something small, give the children. When they ask, I have eaten, she has not eaten. But she will make sure that her children will eat. And so the rise and fall of so many of the things that we have done. In 1999, we had only 12 women in terms of representatives. In 2003, we have 21. And then in 2007, it rose to 25. And then 2011, we had 19. And then down, the decline continued. In a forum like this, some of the suggestions, I think I will try to look at just maybe a few more points, and then I'll go into my recommendations so that we can have more interaction. We have, the degeneration in terms of women representation. We do know that now you can't hold another election to bring a woman representative into the House. So where do we go? We need to reflect on that. It's a huge gap. And like Father said, who will lead the committee of women? That's a big shame. It's a big shame on all of us. It's a big shame to the government of Nigeria and to all the governments and to all the peoples who think that a woman should not be there. Because politicking, where are we taking money to? You want to make money. You want to have money. More money and more money. 500 will not enter the grave with you. It can never. And all the houses, the beautiful houses, even the gold that you have, your children will not need it. They will sell it and go and do something with it. But can you make the world better now? If you have 10 houses, if you are struggling to build 10 houses, you can only sleep in one room, one corner of the bed. You know, and so we need to look at. I'm happy that JDPMC has a capacity, you know, a sort of a strategy already. I was going to suggest that. We need to look at networking. We need to look at building the agency of women. How can we sustain the agency of women? How can we build, how can you as a representative here now, how can you be our campaigner? To love more women than yourself. To love more women, appreciate them. I cannot go to do what, but I want to make sure that the election is free and fair. Let everybody go to the poll and make sure that their votes are counted and all of that. We are still having problems. We are truncated. And I'm happy that a younger brother, you know, has joined us, you know, and one of the great young people really coming up, Bukola, is here from King Park Development. I want to appreciate you and the work that you have been able to do so far, and how you have also highlighted the issues of women representation. Networking of all women NGOs, of women. Networking of the persons is even more for me. We used to have what they call, they still have it, Washington Women Meeting. It's 1 hour meeting, 1 to 2, once in a month. Everybody will carry their own lunch and go to that meeting. By 2 minutes to 1, everybody is in the room. By 2 o'clock, everybody has gone because they have to go back to their work. But any decision that needs to be taken, that something is happening to a woman, maybe there is a report from somewhere, they will come for that meeting and everybody will go back. So nobody is paying you for that meeting. These are some reflections that you need to think about. Can you get how many sisters to start that meeting? How can we support one another? One is that you are an individual and you are an institution on your own, but you also need to network with other women. So I am calling for even a bigger meeting, a bigger town hall meeting, a bigger town hall discussion. Bring more sisters so that we can speak to ourselves and speak to one another. Persons with disability, we need to pay attention. One is that a woman with a disability is in double jeopardy. Even the person with disability has a lot of issues already. And then you have a woman who has disability. A lot of women who have disability, you don't see them outside. And the violations of their person is something that you don't want to discuss at this meeting. Because those who care for them are the ones that violate them. And so we are leaving. We say, leave no one behind. But we are leaving so many behind. And so we need to pay attention to the young women. When we had NSAS, the young women of Nigeria, young feminists, showed their solidarity. They showed their strength. And that thing told me that much as we adults, we don't want to say something, we don't want to stand upright, this country will be taken over by our young people. If you either move or you continue working. And so if you want to make yourself useful, make your contributions now. Because today is yours. Tomorrow you don't know. All the days belong to God. We need to look at the community levels. We need to pay attention to who becomes a counselor. You have formidable groups at the counselorship level. Why are women not taking it? If 1 or 2 women go into the counselorship or go into local government, how many people will pay attention to them? Can we move a mass? In terms of registration, party level registration at the community level, at the ward levels, can we mobilize? Those who are interested, you will see them. Where are those hundreds that applied for positions? Can we track them down and see how we can encourage them to go in for another election? And so, capacity building in terms of human rights-based approach for all of you here. For those who have not gone for it, we have lawyers, but I can tell you that even HRB, the Human Rights Based Approach training, I trained a couple of magistrates and judges when I was at the MS at the regional center, because it's to shock them to realization, to say this one, there are realities that are even more than the law. So you need to. But we also have legal people that we can train that can become trainers as well. The issue of self-esteem and self-confidence is something that you need to deal with. And I want to tell you, there's a story that is my favorite. And that story is a story of a man, an old man, and a 7-year-old. The old man brought out $20 and asked the young man, do you want this? Do you want it? The boy said, yeah. Children, no matter who they, how rich they are, they want their own money. Whatever you want to provide for them. And so he said, yeah. So the old man took it and squeezed it. Squeezed this note. He said, do you want it? He said, yeah. The old man again took it to where there was dust, rubbed it, and brought it and asked the boy, do you want it? He said, yeah. And this was done, I was in Boston in 2003 for holiday. The preacher was very boring until he told this story. For me, in my life at that time, I needed to hear that story. The pastor turned to us and said, okay, so why does the little boy still want the money, even with the debts? And I'm turning to you now. Why do you think? Prof says value. All of you said value. He said the value of the $20 has not lost, has not changed. And so he turned to us and said, the price that the Almighty God placed on each of you has not changed. You are the princes and princesses of the Almighty God. He said the rain of life will beat you. Things will tatter you. The weather of life will shatter you. Will shock you. Will throw you up and down. But you are still that princess. You are still that prince. I can tell you, I don't know about you hearing the story. Maybe some of you are not hearing it for the first time. But when I heard that story for the first time, even my steps changed. It's as if I was walking non-stop and not really assuring. Sometimes you question yourself, am I the one? Am I no longer needed or important? I needed to hear that story at the time. And that boring preacher became my hero. Because my steps changed. I got to tell myself, I said, I am the princess of the Almighty God. And I started walking like a princess. And when you are the princess, you also know that your sister is a princess. I have another sister who is a princess. That's why I will not use the power of my tongue to finish somebody who is looking up to me. So we are all princesses and princes of the Almighty God. I want you to assure yourself, realize that even when somebody insults you, somebody tells you you are an idiot, look at this fool and all of that. Me, do you know that those things don't shake me? I will not go back and how can I start? When somebody insults you, no, you go back and say, look at you, you too, you are an idiot. You too, you have joined. It's not working. It means it worked on you. No. If you tell me you are an idiot, I will even tell you, sorry. So that if that will give you peace. But I will, because I know that I am not an idiot. I am not a fool. I know myself. Nobody humiliates you without your permission. And so if you know yourself, why are you wasting your time? Maybe that person had problem from home or has problem from somewhere. The person deserves your pity. When the person finishes, you say, I hope you are okay. If you say that self, he will abuse you back. So you go quietly. Maybe that your sister needs you. Maybe that your sister needs you. But when you know the quality of who you are, nobody will demean you. The work that we have to do starts from self. In a self-reflection, you know Osun more than I know Osun. I cannot prescribe for you, but I know what I can do to support a woman. The last one I will bring out is Chief Mrs. Osogbo. I'm sure some of you, are familiar with that name. On the 31st of December 1998, I remember, 31st, because that day I didn't go for any shopping for New Year, because Chief Mrs. Osogbo won the gubernatorial ticket for this state. She would have been the first female governor. He won here with AD. And we now, that one, it was AD. And then we were told, somebody gave us information 14 hours before their meeting in Lagos. The women, and I had just finished this beautiful training on democracy and governance for child survival, where I taught women participation, democratic participation, women's political empowerment, fundamental human rights, all jammed together. For every community, Mushin, Makoko, Amukoko, Ajegunle, whatever, in how many communities. We had just finished this training, and then somebody came to touch a woman. Immediately we got that, we mobilized from all the communities to where they were meeting. We went with Molue from one place to they moved the meeting 3 times because we were told that they were coming to change it. Have you seen where there's a democratic decision that was on ground? And they still came and they changed it. They came. When we got to the gate there, I don't want to name the persons whose gate we went. When we went to the gate, they said they were not going to open the gate for us. And me, I have driven 911 before. I said, if they don't do it, I'll drive Molue in. So, in fact, we got in there. So they opened the door, JJ, and all of us went into that compound. They were inside the meeting, but we said they will not come out to come and meet us. We went there, and one of the songs that we were singing, all the women, everybody, Omolo Monje, Enyinyo Maloru Komeji, Omolo Monje. And so, with that, Enyinyo Maloru Komeji, Omolo Monje. And so, all of these things, so if Omolo Monje, and if children don't have 2 names, where did we go wrong? We sang until, I didn't know Chief Osogbo from men. In fact, if I see her on the road now, I won't know her. I don't have to know her. She's a woman. A woman was being affected. They told her to come out and talk to us so that we can quieten our voice. When the woman came out and saw the crowd, she started crying because she had no idea. It was Chief B.C. Ogunleye that gave us the information, and of blessed memory now. And so, how can we mobilize? But they still, with their own hands, they gave another person and say, you cannot, because during Abacha's time, you were a minister, we told you to come home, you didn't come home. So they chose their governorship candidate. So the fight against the woman is not just because of elections. We have to have solid solidarity. That day, we may have been defeated, but women saw the rawness. And all the people, all those big guys, stalwarts of AD, their integrity fell like a pack before these women who are pepper sellers and all of that. They now know what it is. And so I think what we need to do is a lot of solidarity. Some women can bring out money and match men to money, but that's not it. We need to build a women agency. At this time, I think I'll pause here. I'm sorry that I've gone on and on. I don't know how many minutes I was supposed to speak. But at this point, I think I will now take your contributions. Let's reflect together if there are other ways that we can move forward together. I'm really excited to have been given the opportunity this morning. I'm excited because the way, Justice Development and Peace, Makers Commission put this together, I couldn't believe it that after handling things at the national and international level, a state was interested, an organization was interested and said, no, please, can you come to us? It's a privilege to be amongst you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ma. Now I understand how names affect people. name is Ene. And then the meaning of Ene is mother. And then you know what? Today I am also proud to say that my name is also Ene. Thank you very much, Ma. We are very, very grateful for this contribution. Why did we bring her here today? We also want her to hear our own story and guide us. And that is why we have people from different sectors of the society. We are going to have the interactive session. We want us to talk about things that affect us honestly in Osun State. We want her to guide us. And she can only guide us if she gets to know about us. So we are going to have the interactive session, and I plead that we be as brief and direct as possible, because I am sure each and every one of us have one or two things to say. And trust me, she has the experience, she has the knowledge to guide us to where we want to be. But briefly, I will do introductions of people who came in while she was making her presentation. We have here with us Mrs. Julie Olorunfemi. She is the State Coordinator of Legal Aid Council, Osun State. We also have here with us Mrs. Tolulope Lagbenro. She is the Project Coordinator of Women in Governance Project. And Dr. Rebecca Adeola Ayola, she is the President of National Council for Women Societies. You're welcome, ma'am. We also have with us Mrs. Ogini Iyabo. She is a journalist. You're welcome, ma'am. Here with us, it's also Mrs. Hamzat Sekirat. You're welcome, ma'am. The Executive Director of Community Advancement Initiative for Sexual and Reproductive Health, Mrs. Ayeni Eni. You're welcome, ma'am. And we also have here with us Mrs. Abdullahi Olufumilayo Kayode. She is the Women Coordinator of JONAPID. You're welcome, ma'am. And here we have the floor open for the second aspect of this program. Sorry, I almost forgot one of our guys in this place. He is the Executive Director of Kimpact Initiative, Mr. Bukola Idowu. You're welcome, sir. So, the floor is open. While we're having the interactive session, our small chops is going around, but for those who need tea, there's a table outside. You can get your tea while the discussion continues. We don't want to take your time. So, the floor is open.
Good afternoon, ma. It's actually a privilege to be here, and I want to use this opportunity to appreciate JDPMC for the opportunity given to someone like me. I also want to appreciate every woman here. I think with the little interaction with our guest speaker, we have learned one or two things. Actually, my name is Mercy Ayodele. I contested as a governorship candidate in 2018 in Osun State, and then it was a tough one, and I contended with those men out there, and to God be the glory, I came out and I got some votes, and we moved on. But unfortunately, INEC actually deregistered the party I actually contested from, that is Restoration Party, and I moved into People's Democratic Party, PDP. And after that, I was made the caretaker secretary of PDP in Obokun local government. and I actually worked with it. When I mean I worked with it, I worked with it both day and night. And actually, I transformed the activity of the party. And every member of the party knows that, wow, we've not gotten it this good. I stood in as the secretary, stood in as the publicity secretary and all that. I was working towards the success of the party. But at the end of the day, although I will not say it's late, I found out that to work to make your party win is one thing. There is another strategy one needs to be appointed. You know, I was opportune to go on air. I was on rave. But the unfortunate thing is that we don't have women talking out there. Before the appointment, I was telling them, look, you have cheated us in elective posts. You have taken everything from us. When you are going to do the appointment, please make sure you include we women. And at the end of the day, lo and behold, we have just 2 female among the 25 commissioners. This was so bad. This was so saddening. And at the end of the day, the 2 women even choosing, we have a lot of men even contending with that. That she's this, she's that. I was like, whatever she is, whoever she is, wherever she's coming from, she's a woman and I supported her. Now, they go on to also do another election at the local government level, caretaker. I will cite an example of my local government, and I think it works across all the local governments too. In my local government, we have just a lady as a member of the caretaker of about, let's say, 20. We know you have the main council, we have the LCD. And at the end of the day, somebody saw me last week, a former chieftaincy of the party, before the Congress was done early this year. And he said, Mercy, have you been given any position? And I smiled. I said, no, sir. He said, wow, with all you've done for the party, please call me later in the night. And I called him and we discussed at length. The lesson I have learned some lesson during this time. And that lesson is that to work to be successful in the way of election or whatever the process is one thing. To get an appointment is another strategy, which is very, very difficult. You know, I was with a commissioner yesterday with some of my coordinators across the states, because I also anchor a group of female youths. And I was like, you have taken everything from us, and we are always the process. Please, what do you have for us? And what he said baffles me. He said, well, go and bring money to contest in the next election. And I told him, I said in 2018 that I contested, I know how much I invested. I don't see it as if I wasted that money. I said I know how much I invested in that struggle to get to a stage whereby I'll be with Shewan Kimbaloye in channels, be on TVC, the live debates. I said it's not all that easy, but I'm still pushing ahead. But it's not always easy for a woman to contest, fail, and come back, and still stand strong and continue on that struggle. So what I want you to put us through is that there is a strategy to be appointed if you are in the struggle. And me, I am an advocacy of, I'm not going to use my body for any reason. I am happily married. I will stand my stand. If you needed me, if I am valuable to you, you call me, I'll work with you. That is what I stand for. And I told my female contemporaries, I always tell them, if you are not elected today, don't worry. Definitely, the future is there. So please, how can we strategize to be appointed? You know, I have to go to my leaders. I have to go to them. What is going on? A lot of people were even calling them. Why have you not given Mercy this? So now, my issue is like, Mercy, what do we do? They are seriously on it now. But we need to be teach the strategy to get appointed. Although we have loosed it out in elective process. Thank you, and God bless you.
The guest speaker. Okay. the guest speaker, and every other person present, the organizers, and every participant in this meeting. I say a very good afternoon to you all. And I'm so happy, I must say, that this kind of a meeting has come up. I think I attended something close to this at Adola. That was the first place I met you, but we did not talk. And so for that reason, I've had a body on my mind right from when I was even in the secondary school in the 80s. I remember Dr. Dosumu contested in Lagos State. The women were her enemies. Dr. Tokumbo Dosumu, the women campaigned against her, and so she lost the election. I just have one minute. Please, I'm not trying to be tribalistic here, but I want to say something that is very key. I've said to people on individual basis, but I'm going to say it here. I don't care if I'm quoted. There are two things working for the Northerners and one thing working against the Southerners. When I say the Southerners, not only the Yorubas, all others, they term us as Southerners. The Northerners have true love and unfettered unity amongst themselves, while the Southerners have only one thing that works against us, and that is the pull-down syndrome. How can we truly talk to ourselves and make sure that this love, we build it and we allow it to surmount every other negativities in us? In the Bible that I read, the first law, which God Almighty says overrules all, is love. If we truly have love, not that you are spitting love outside, but inside you are a serpent, I tell you the truth, we will surmount every other unsurmountable mountains. If former President Buhari had an opportunity to contest again the third time, I tell you the truth, he will win. They complain more than the South, but they will still give, they say, Ambashi. Until I lost my dad in 2018, he had lived in Kaduna State for 55 years. So I can truly say that I passed through for another now. I have stayed with them. I have lived with them. I saw true love. And I have been here. Marriage brought me here. So I've been here for 20 years. And I've seen it too. So I know what I'm saying. We truly are sisters. Just like the guest speaker said. In truth and in the words of it. Not just in pretense. Because we backstab ourselves. I'm not taking myself out of it. I know how I'm still struggling. I keep telling Ene, my colleague, that I'm still struggling to understand and live with people here. And you hear some of them, they say, Auntie Malam Lanti, that's Auntie Zemalam. She doesn't understand. But sincerely, in Yoruba land, they say that if your eye has patience, you will see your nose. I have done that and I've seen them all, but I'll just smile. I will pretend like I don't understand, but I do understand. Please, I just want to leave us with one thing. Let us truly have love for ourselves and let us stand by anybody we present. That person will deliver. Even if the person seems not to want to deliver, the helping hands around should please carry her up so that we'll see that if she fails, we have all failed. It is a test they are putting through to us. The men folk cannot just win this battle like that. I keep saying it. Please don't give me a position because I'm female. No. Give me a position because I'm capable. It is the white heaven, white sky, which is enough for every one of us to fly without hurting each other. I'm telling you, we are capable, but we are the ones that make the men folk seem to see us as if we are not capable. Let us be indivisible. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe I should just address this one. Thank you very much. I think some of it was addressed, earlier before you came, and that is on the issue of how can we, because of patriarchy, we're already psyched against each other. The patriarchal nature dominates you totally and sort of sinks you down to a different level. And so you don't see the positivity of your sister. And we are saying we are our sister's keepers. When I contested election at the Students' Union level, this was it was actually my first term in second year. Second year student winning an election. That's a tall order. I went to, first of all, I saw something that was going wrong. I didn't contest the election because I was a woman, because I was human. I was one of the human beings in the university. I saw something going wrong, and I said the only way I can challenge this thing effectively is to go to where I can control, where I can be the one who is in control. And that was the presidency. And so I looked at the form. Once it was announced, I collected the form. When I collected the form, even the men were laughing at me. Everybody was laughing. They say, how can a woman want to go and collect a form for Students' Union presidency? But when I returned to come and submit it, nobody was laughing anymore. First, I went on holiday. Then I was married. I was already married. In fact, I had 4 kids before my first degree. That's to tell you that life has been a struggle. But I'm happy that I was able to break that chain. You know, and so when I was contesting, one of the things that the opposition thought it was going to use against me was, you are married. You even have children. What is that? So so in that room, they challenged me on that. And I said, what I know that at the University of Jos, what qualifies you to be a Jambite is your admission letter. You know, those days, you write your JAMB and admission letter will come and meet you at home. That was my generation, not the alteration generation that we are facing now. And so I said, what qualifies me to be in this university is my JAMB, and I'm a Jambite. I'm a student. It guaranteed me the studentship of this city. Please tell me whether I'm less a human being because I'm married. The whole fell silent. I said, no, tell me, because I have children. Because, in fact, some of them didn't believe that I even had children because I went into marriage very early. Some of them thought I was using the missus to deceive people so that guys won't talk to me. You know, but I had 4 children already. And I went in. My mother was the one who said, don't go for it. Is it not that thing that police used to arrest people and all of those things? But when my father heard it, my father said, you can do it. Go ahead. So I went in. But the person who was my main opposition, he said, Ene, why did you go to collect a form for presidency? Women will not vote for you in the first place. So I will give the women's votes. And I will get the men's votes. So where will your vote be? So the studies, he even went to lecture me to say studies have shown that women don't vote for each other. Me, I was listening, as an intelligent student, I was listening. In the evening, I had this big radio on campus. I brought it out, connected it with an FM microphone like this. And I started playing music. After playing music, I heard that we hate each other so much. That women hate each other. So since the formation of this university, no woman has gone to even collect the form for student presidency. I have gone to collect the form. And I want to let you know that I will not disappoint you. I will change and I will be able to, I can lead. You know, in the initial form is because a woman hasn't done it before. Sometimes people do it from the protective angle. You know, so some of my friends, who were even from the military, say, Ene, don't go for it. One told me, I will campaign against you. And all of that. I said, okay, go and campaign. But that guy that challenged me, when I started talking to my teammates, I said, we need to create a change. Will you join me? Do we hate each other so much? Or what is going on? I started talking to them because people need to be resensitized. People need to be talked to. We need to engage with people. If you don't engage with them, you think they know, they don't know. And so we started campaigning. And those who were challenging me before, when they saw that I didn't give up, they started campaigning for me. For the women, they got up in their classes and everywhere. Everybody got up and said, this time we want a woman. And they campaigned. The guy who told me to collect the vice president ticket so that he can make me unopposed, I told him to go and collect too. But at the end of the day, he didn't see my brake light. I became the first female president of the Students' Union government. I was actually the first female president is Najah Mohammed from ABU in 1981. Then we have Bimbo in Ile-Ife from OAU in 1984. 1984. So you saw, so I don't want to collect something that is mine. I think there was a president, but then the president has issue. I had a petition, and so she became the victim, but I became the third. And only a few have gone after that. The violence I suffered. I went to detention. Police will take me, they will free me. DSS will carry me, and all of that. At one point, I was kidnapped by the federal government. I was kidnapped on gunpoint, taken from, well, after 3 days, they took me by night to Abuja, from Jos to Abuja. And then, if you see where they kept me, don't want to talk about it. And then pulled by night to Abuja, and then the next morning, with guns on me. What did I do? And they brought me to Lagos, threw me to 15 Awolowo Road, where we used to have the DSS headquarters. So they put me there. I was there for how many weeks? Until they were tired. They said, go and get somebody to come and bail you. I said, did I bring myself here? They took me. After they left me, I went back to school. The police carried me. They carried me. So until 6 p.m. of the day I was supposed to write final exams. And I told them, if you don't leave me, I will be here for another year. And they knew the implication of that. Because to them, I was a terror. And so I was more, I was even arrested even after I started my youth service. I still went to jail. And I have no regrets. I want to let you know that women have been subsumed into certain things. And so we need a change. When the speaker, what's her name now? The first female speaker, Patricia Ete, when she became the speaker, women from all over the country, we didn't care whether she was a saloonist or anything. We were ready to work with her. We monitored and brought ourselves from all over the country to Bolingo Hotel. We were in Bolingo Hotel. Come and tell us. We are researchers. We are this, we are that. Even we brought development partners together. Let's support her so that she could succeed. This woman did not bring any, she did not come. She kept us till 8 p.m. Then she sent Benilar that she was busy in Aso Rock. I said, look at that. What a huge opportunity. We brought ourselves. You didn't send us. You didn't give us transport fare or anything. We came because we felt that was an opportunity for women. But that did not happen. And so, we ate our food and we left. 3 months later, or 2 months, 3 months later, she started having problems. When they called us, I told the girl that apparently her name too is Ene. I said, if you call my name twice, then you will know who I am. Because those who are soft can be angry too. Because it seems we are wasting our time. We knew we mobilized help for her. That does not stop me from listening to a sister and all of that. But that was the wrong one. And so, Dosumo, I think I was in Lagos at the time. So many things happened. I think many women that went even to Senate, many of them told us that we didn't put them there. So they won't even listen to us. At the National Assembly, when we were in front at the National Assembly there, they sent the women to come and talk to us so that we can go home. I told them we are not going. They came and the lady, after finishing talking, he said, in fact, the governor's wives came to see us that day, so they were talking and talking. Even the governor of Edo said, give Ene the microphone, let Ene speak. She didn't want me to talk. I think they didn't want me to talk because they know what I would say. He said, don't turn down what I said and all of that. Until they gave me the mic, and I turned down everything that she said. Because also she wasn't seeing it. She wasn't seeing it. She listened to them and she believed them. And I tried to make her see. When she couldn't, I left her alone. She said, I will give $500,000, for, just send you for $500,000, something that you can buy water with. We didn't answer her. She went. They brought somebody again to come and ask, will you take the $500,000? I said, we are not money conscious. Women were bringing water. Some people will bring 10 cartons. Some people will bring this one and all of that. And to keep women in the sun, we were having 400 cartons of water in a day to make sure that people were dehydrated. You can drink 4 bottles and you won't go to ease yourself. And all of that. So the lady, around 4 p.m., because we stay at that barricade from 7:30 in the morning till 6 p.m. 6:30. So make sure that nobody crosses nobody goes in and out. At the end of the day, she came. That lady came and said, I am sorry. What you people are doing here is making waves. Don't go away. Please, can I give you people the money now? We'll say no. Let them bring us 100 cartons of water. And she sent 100 cartons of water and 50 cartons of drinks the next day. Because we have to be accountable in everything that we do as well. So we were there. That protest, we were not ready for it. It just happened when they threw up. In fact, for me, as a country director, when you are working, we are both an international NGO and also a local NGO. So I allow the women organizations that we support to go forward. When they come, say, please, can you come? And I knew from that day forward, I never left the barricade until when we had to call it off at the right time. But what we are saying is, you need to know that some of your sisters who have gone there, they've gone alone with the men and they have gone through it and they feel they don't owe you anything. So you say, women didn't stand with me. Some of them will tell you outright, we didn't stand with you. Mobilization, some of them can be mobilized. Some of them who have gone to cross to the other side are acting like men. And sometimes it is hard. But if we start from the community level, let's use love as a weapon. You say you have given up on some people. Me, I don't give up on anybody. Nelson Mandela said the heart that can hate with a level of intensity can equally, if sensitized, if changed, if convinced, can love with the same intensity. And so some people have gone through so many things. Don't compare yourself with them. Because you can go through things and you move on. Some people cannot move on. And so, what can we do is to continue from self. Which woman are you supporting? How can you mobilize your own tentacle to support the next woman? How can we support each other? I think that's the big way that we need to go. It's not automatic. Those who have gone there have gone. Some women supported them. Women didn't support them, and so on. Women are the majority voters. Who are we voting for? I think that's what we need to decode. Now, the use of body you talked about, for me, my body is a temple of the Lord. I'm not respecting it because of my husband or because of anybody, but because of me. And there are some men that are there that have lost their souls. And so they will always go to women. So many women have suffered. Sextortion is on in all the campuses. Some lecturers are there waiting for the young girls to come as jambites. The God of Abraham. This is the Africa that we grew up, where you wait for the sanctity of the girl child. The day you see off your child as a virgin girl to her husband's home. What has happened to us? The dirty, very dirty men that are on so many campuses, and also even in uniform and so on and so forth. If the women in uniform report to you what they go through before they can get promotion, what happens to them? And so that's why we are saying, unless we stay together, when they report an issue here, we can end up what is going on campus, we can end it in our homes, we can end it in the uniform basis and all of that. But we have to work together, building the women agency and using love. Chief Mrs. Erelu said, remove your wrappers and cover each other. Have you removed yours to cover any sister? Or your selfishness has not allowed you to look beyond your nose? or your self-esteem. Feeling good is about how you feel. If I dress up, is how comfortable I am. When I started putting pockets in my clothes, it was an American woman who visited us visited. And I took her to go and make clothes. She said, put pockets. I said, on these beautiful clothes? She said, yes. This is far back in the 90s. And then she said, yes, I feel comfortable with it. So that when I'm going out during break, I don't need to carry pockets. I carry purse or something like that. And I was looking at her. By the way, sewing a beautiful suit like this and then you put pocket again. I started looking at it and say, hey, but there is sense in what she's saying. When I started, my sister will sew me so many clothes. She will not put pockets. I will carry it back to the tailor and put pockets in all of them. It's not how comfortable you look at me and feel, but how I feel. So if somebody has gold and I don't have gold, so what? I walk still as a princess. So what about you? Put the pin earring and go to where you are going. Does that remove anything from you? And so why are you concerned about what this person is wearing and what that person is wearing at all times? Let's go to the next question. Thank you very much.
Take the contribution of the General Coordinator of JDPMC, Reverend Father Peter. Okay, go.
Okay, so thank you. I wouldn't want to say much to spend much of the time that is there to us already now. Just to thank all those who have joined voice with Comrade Ene Obi so far. And my question is just direct. Why we try to work from within ourselves as individuals, from the grassroots, my question will be, with the situation we have in Osun State now, what can we do together, especially the women group? One, to be able to make sure that the policies of government for the next 4 years continue to be gender inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Father. And we're also going to take the contribution from Kimpact. They have also been working on women inclusion in politics in Osun State. So, briefly.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Ma. And I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here. If Father can still hear me, thank you so much. And I want to greet everybody here. My mom, it's good to see you. Thank you very much. No, I decided I have to be here. And please, even if we have to just learn this, I will just be looking let me just say this about her just briefly, and then I just take 30 seconds to make my contribution. You know, Madam Ene is a mother. I believe you will have noticed that from the way, you know, last year, October, it's going to be 1 year next month. I was privileged to travel with her to US. And then we had a connecting flight from Germany. When we got to Germany, we have to stay I think like about 4 hours before we eventually go to US. And so I want to buy something and I have problem with my card. So I already calculated I'm going to suffer there. I'm going to hunger and everything. And then without asking her, she gave me $100. Go and spend. I was wondering, and so eventually I got to know I have to call the bank. Sent a message. I got to know that, okay, I didn't tell the bank that I am traveling. So they thought somebody is hacking my card from there. So they did that, and when we got to Lagos, when we got to US, I was able to get the money. I think after 2 days, I went to her and I said, Ma, thank you. She looked at me and said, are you sure you are okay now? It's only few people that can actually do that. In fact, if there is anything, that memory has not left me. That somebody can care like that. Are you sure? You see, it's not that I need it. Are you sure you are okay now? And I say, I'm okay, ma. Very, very caring. And thank you so much for what you do, ma. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm so grateful. Just briefly, I'm going to say that please don't think including women in political positions, everything we are doing is going to be something we can get even the old 35% in 2027. It's a marathon. And one thing I am sure about is that we will get there. We will get there. If you look at it, though we are not where we want to be, but look at it critically, we are not where we used to be. And there has been little progress, though it's so slow. And, when you look at Madam Ene and the rest of the people protesting at the gate of the National Assembly, and I must say they are not doing this for themselves. I mean, I was in Kwara to speak to the civil society there on this issue of women's stuff, and somebody asked me, say, you are a man, why are you doing this? I said, unfortunately, I don't have a boy. But they are girls. And I said, now, the issue here is this. How will my daughter want to be a governor? And they won't talk about her capacity. They will say you cannot be a governor because you are a woman. I said, no. I am doing this for generation unborn. And what it means is that, look, we need to just tie our wrappers stronger because it's going to be like a marathon. And having said that, I want us to also know, for us in Osun State, the last dispensation, we had like about 2 women in the State House of Assembly. Now we don't have any. Now, what it means is, what can we do? The first thing I think we can do is the journey to the 2026 start now. So, in all our sphere of influence, how do we encourage women to go back to political party? They need to start to be active from that political party. And that is the key. Because when I was speaking with one politician, he said, Bukola, all this noise you make about youth, young people, he said, look, let me tell you the truth. We started campaigning for 1 year. And there is only these people, this set of people, we see them regularly. We call meeting, they are there. Though they may not be able to contribute, they are there. He said, now, we won, and you want me to come and call you in your house to come and be a commissioner. When somebody who has been with us for years has been there. And I see sense in it. He said, if he cannot do it, if he doesn't speak good English the way you are speaking, we will still find something to give him. Because he has been a loyal party member. So what am I trying to say is that we may not, it's difficult at times to influence from outside. So it's good that we also be strategic and forget about, you must go, let people go to political party, and it's the vehicle to get into that. So we have to do that. Then for us in Osun State, I think we also need to add our voice to removing the legislative barrier, because that is where it starts from. Last the House, they drew out all those gender bills because we felt that is going to remove the legislative barrier, because there is always a legislative barrier. Other one, cultural, religious, is even aside. But look, if there is a law today that says, look, a governor must appoint in the appointing position now, 35% of your cabinet must be women. You are not going to talk about our culture doesn't allow that, our religion doesn't allow that. They will look for that woman anywhere and they put it. If the additional seat scale through, what it means is that you will have women. So as at that time, cultural or religious doesn't really matter, because there is a way the law is so powerful that your culture may not even be able to fight against the power of the state. So what it means is that we have to also have the campaign JDPMC is doing, a lot of people are going to do that. They are even going to reintroduce some of these things back into the assembly. Let's add our voice. It doesn't matter, and I keep saying it doesn't matter. See who is leading the thing. If it is JDPMC, please let me drop the mic here. We all have a single goal, and the goal is women, and we have a common enemy. I'm not saying the men are the enemy, but we have a common enemy. We have a single goal that we must achieve. Our common enemy is that space that is not allowing women to strive. That is the enemy. And let me say this, don't think at times men are the enemy. We also have women that are enemy. You understand? So, but it is not them, it is not the men, it's not the women, but there are things. So I think we have to look at that. We work together, we do everything together to achieve our aim. Why we are confronting it from all fronts? Let me say this. Some people will confront it from the angle of violence. Some people will confront it from the angle of women in politics. Some people will confront it from different angles, cultural, anything we can do. But we have one. Women must be well represented. And that is key. Sometimes ago, I don't know if you remember, when we were at the ambassador house, and then we were having that I think the sent forth, you find that most of the ambassadors, US, UK then, were women. Why are they doing that? Because they also understand the power of women, and they send them as ambassadors. So I think, thank you so much for this opportunity. One thing we have is that, by one thing I know, and then we can have that goal. Every one of us work with JDPMC. We have that goal. In the next House of Assembly, we must have more than more women in that particular. And we can set goals for ourselves, irrespective of any party the person is coming out. The truth is that person must be supported. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So we are going to take 2 more contributions, and then the resource person will respond.
I want to start by saying good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I want to commend our mommy, the guest speaker. It was a thought-provoking speech. May the Lord help us. Mine is not a question. I want to share my own experience. I was the chairperson of NAWAJ between 2014 to 2017. And I contested as the vice chairman of NUJ in February 2020. I must tell you that when I had the intention to contest, I try as much as possible to get myself a powerful team, mainly female. We have few male among us. Then I try to reach out to some political leaders that are women. I must tell you this. They are not ready to assist. They didn't support. I had just one person that supported, Oluga. She gave out 50,000. We used it for t-shirts and some other things. Okay, where I'm going. Some of my colleagues that are male, veteran journalists, called me and told me, Toyin, why is it that you want to go for the position of the vice chairman? That has never happened before. Why must you be interested? After all, we usually just put you in any position we love to put you. Probably internal, the auditor, or they'll just give you something. Why must you be the chairperson, the vice chairman? I said, well, that is where my interest lies. Some of those that can campaign for me, that are part of my campaign team, they were the one that gave information to the main folk. They'll tell them everything I had in plan. They're going to they sold me out practically.
That's pull them down syndrome. Women against women was there. Why the person that contested with me had the support of the government, I did not. The person was giving money, I wasn't giving anything. But yes, we tried our best. I had 110, he had 136. I had 110 votes. He had 136. They knew that it was a serious one. And, though we did not win, but we were happy that at least, even with all the things they did, yes, we tried our best. What I want to say now is that women, we must try as much as possible to love ourselves. Self-love must be there, because that has been limiting us in many ways. Another thing, as a woman, we must be ready to be involved. You must be involved, be ready to work, be ready to assist others. If not, we won't get there. We will just be talking. We will just be talking without achieving anything. It is only God that can help us, but we must be ready to help ourselves. May the Lord help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Let's be brief, direct, so that everybody can have a say. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I greet all the great women inside this auditorium now. I'm Abdullah Milayo. I'm representing person with disability in Osun State. I want to ask, how can person with disability be included or be accepted in a governance? Let me give you an instance. In 2018, we have one Victor Olapade. The BMPP party is their gubernatorial aspirant. Then the man is person with disability. And again, at Ejigbo, 2018, we have one barrister, Ojekale. He's also a physically challenged. In the part of person with disability, we sit down. How can all these political party, how can they accept us? We approach INEC. INEC give us 18 registered political party in Osun State. We train them. We let them know the types of a cluster group in Osun State among persons with disability. We train them. To my surprise, out of that 18 political party that we trained, we have about like 3 or 4 of them that adjust their constitution from local to the national. They adjust their constitution that suits person with disability, that among their committee, the person with disability will be among it. But at the end of the day, we have so many of them that did not do anything. During that training, I realized that most of the political party, they didn't even understand who is person with disability, and they don't know anything about us, because during the course of that training, we have to know much about them, because some we said, person with disability in Yoruba, people that they are weakling. We just need them to be giving them a helping hand. So they too, they can't fight that I want to become a governor, I want to be a senator. No, they don't even believe in that. So, and again, when the PWD, when they come to their political party, they normally see them that we're supposed to help them. That's a charity model. They normally use charity model for them. They will provide rice and some other things, their heads. They don't even believe that person with disability too can fight for a post. That is part of my The second one is concerning we PWD, we have already tried our best concerning our family. We really appreciate the media in Osun State. Media in Osun State, they really tried for us. And we really appreciate all the NGOs. In fact, NGOs in Osun State, they are, in fact, out of 100%, I give them 96 because I cannot give them everything. They really tried. They feel concerned about us. We tried everything, NGO, everybody is trying to let everybody include person with disability. But at the end of the day, we still find ourselves at the back of the seat. Ma, what PWD, what do you think we can still do so that we can be part and parcel and everybody will accept us the way we are, and they will believe in us, and they will trust us that we can do this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ma. The last contribution before she responds. 1 minute.
Thank you. I stand on existing protocol. Ma, it's a privilege to finally meet you. I am a product of Unijust. So when I say great Josiah, great. Thank you so much. I remember in my university days, something happened to one of our lecturers. He was being beaten by the police officer. And we were now given a big bus. And we were asked to go and demonstrate around Terminals area. And most of the female students were like relenting. And somebody said, where is the Ene of our time? That never left my memory. And every time I'm always sitting, I will ask myself, who is this Ene? And then the last NBA conference, I was close to meeting you at the side attraction feeder at the NBA conference. I was almost walking up to you, but I said, well, and today, to the glory of God, I'm just few steps away from you. Honestly, that is why I said this is a privilege to finally meet you. Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, you briefly mentioned BC Erelu. I had the privilege of reading her book, The Loud Whisper. I just want to share a little thing with most of us that have not had the privilege of reading her book. When she said, where is your rapper? And the same question I'm asking all the women here today. Now, it's a story of a woman in Uganda that went into labor and was about giving birth. And every woman had a part to play. They brought out their wrapper and they gave her shelter. Some people went looking for water. Some people went looking for the razor blade and everything. At the end of the day, she had the baby safely. But in Nigeria, what do? We bring out our cell phones and start recording. And we start, you see, we are our own greatest victims and challenges. That is very unfair. Her book again, where she mentioned about a woman that was walking about stick naked because she had mental issue. Now it can happen to any woman. In the state of depression, a lot of women are going through so many things. You know, I have the privilege of talking to some women recently, and I said, look, with all this that we're going through, this is not the time to argue with your husbands when you get home. Take it easy. The men are equally going through it, so that we able to reduce the issue of what? Violence, domestic violence. And so at the end of the day, this woman was roaming about stark naked. And when a woman came up and wanted to help her, one Kyra something, she wanted to help her. The same people were telling the woman, don't even go there. She's a victim of ritualists and all that. But at the end of the day, they found out that what she was going through was actually depression. And the big question today we ask ourselves, where is your rapper? It's unfortunate that women, we are our greatest enemies. Let me put it as that. In a situation where you need to assist your fellow woman, you find out that the same women are the ones pulling you down. That aside. Now, I've also had the privilege of serving as a secretary of a local government. And it's sad to say that your challenge starts from the ward meeting and selection and election, if I'm to put it at that. Selection and election. Our men, sorry for the men here, but I just have to tell you the truth. Our men are gender-based stereotype. In my word, I was able to make women attend meetings every Thursday. And every Thursday, I entertain women. I gave them snacks. I gave them little things to take home. It got to a stage, I just saw that from 15, we started having 60 women attending women meeting. And so I took it upon myself. I started presenting them with little things, because what I registered at the back of my mind was that with the Maggi, with the granite oil, with the semovita, when the woman takes it home, her daughter will eat, her child will eat, her husband will eat, one or two relatives will eat. That was what I had in mind, and that was how I was able to contribute my input. But I tell you, some of these women reported me to the elders, and the elders called me and said, look, Ufe Daigberu, that I should stop it. That I'm trying to divide the party, the people. And I sat and asked myself, at a stage, one of them even threatened me diabolically. That I should know that I didn't grow up in this, because I grew up in the north, and he was like, you didn't grow up here. If not because of who your daddy was, we know what would have done with somebody like you. And when I went back home, I told my mom was like, Jomo Folon Bell, I don't have plenty of you. Just tip. He said, these are issues we're having. Now, there's a question I also want to ask. There have been a lot of conventions on women issues. There have been lots of international conferences. There have been lots of protocols and all that. We talked about CEDAW. Yeah, and CEDAW. But we are not getting there. What is actually happening? That is the question I'm asking. We've talked, we've organized conferences, we've organized protocols, we've organized all manner of workshops, but we're still not getting there. The rate at which women are beginning to participate in politics is dwindling. And then what is happening to the women? But when it comes to voting, believe you me, you see women out there in the sun. Irrespective of their age. And then somebody told me that, with a little peanuts. I was at Okini one time, and I saw women as old as 60, 70. Some are even holding sticks, and they were queued up. And at the end of the day, all I learned was they were giving 500 naira. I raced up. I was mad. I complained. And somebody called me and said, look, you're new in the system. It's sad to say. Where do we go from here? Thank you.
To respond to the 5 questions.
Maybe I respond to this, then we'll take the last batch. Thank you very much. Where are we going from here? I can hear the sound of frustration, of all the things you have done, and all the things we are doing. And I think that's why JDPMC called us here. Everybody is frustrated, but I refuse to be frustrated. Do not be frustrated. Just like Bukola said, we are not where we were yesterday. We may have a volume of educated women that they have refused to choose, but we are not where we were yesterday. A lot of people, we have so many retired judges of the Supreme Court, of the High Court, all of them, but we need to notice. That's why we need to form our own committees at community levels, because we have a volume of women who are highly educated and have been retired. They have a lot to offer from their own experience to be able to educate people. And so we need to look at that. With the CEDAW, you go to, even the Child Rights Act, it took the last Ministry of Women Affairs to ensure that all of the states, almost all the states, I think there was one last one. I don't know whether they eventually signed it into law. See, the Child Rights Act was, is it 2004 or thereabout? We are just getting it all, passed. Some states refuse. And one of the complaints from one particular state in the north, there was only one female member of the House of, that's a House of Assembly. And what she said is, you are talking of somebody not marrying 14-year-old, 15-year-old, and all of that. It is the men that are sitting across from me that are marrying them. So who is going to vote for it? They joke with you. But when you don't personalize an issue, it's a data. If you look at your 14-year-old, that is your 14-year-old you are getting married to, then it will no longer be a dater. We need to make people realize that this world is for God and not for them. And if you cannot think about the girls that are being raped, the girls that are being violated, the women that are being violated, the stories we are hearing here, we have not talked about a woman who was going for an election and almost won an election in one part of the country here. And then she was going for it. They called her. They told her everything. The woman said, no, I'm going for it. And what they did was simply to set her up. Got her son to make love to her. You know, can you beat anything to go to that level? Can you see how some people can go? You know, Bob Marley said, what do you do to the soul who have committed, you know, a sin against all mankind? That's an abomination. But how did we unite against her, again, you know, to be able to bring her back? There are so many things that we can do. I want you to know, there was a woman in a campaign. This woman was going for it, and they knew, and they set her up. They set her up. They just took her, renkedede. You are the one who is. Before she came down, everything inside her body had gone, except her hijab. A crowd came, and by the time they removed everything inside her. That's to tell you, the torture. Will she go for another campaign? Where were women? Because if we mounted our guards, if we raised a squad of women, elections, the caucus that they build, the caucus is not built on the day of the election. If you are going for an election, where are the other women? Where are the other women? If we have now decided that we want to unite and make sure, from even one local government, like you were a secretary to the local government, what we are saying here, if you were ever a secretary to a local government, call JDPC, I'm the secretary now. Come and set up the women committees. Bring your programs and everything. Is to help you to make sure that you succeed. Those women you were bringing together, if you bring in economic activity, economic empowerment activity for them, you know, but slowly, we have to carry men along. If you keep calling somebody to a meeting and the husband doesn't know what you are calling the person to the meeting for, they become suspicious. Some of the things we did in the past, when I went to the north to do program with women, I was preaching on, at one point, I was into public health for about 10 years. You know, I will be preaching to the men about breastfeeding. They said, why are you telling us about the breastfeeding? Is it not women you should be talking to? I said, where are the women? All of them were in Puda. And so where are the women? So I'm preaching to you to go and tell them. They say, okay, if you can come, you go to the Miangwa's place and all of those things. They brought out women, 200, how many hundred were able to start preaching to them. We also had to teach. Some of the women say they don't know how to read and write. That's what their problem is. They want to learn how to read and write. In that program that I designed, it had nothing like that. But they say that's what they wanted. I had to go back to, you know, to my home office to tell them, this is what the women are saying. With some teachers, we designed a 6-month program. Reading and writing. The program was starting at 8 p.m. That was the time that was agreed by the mothers and also people. That's when women have finished what they are doing and they will listen to you. 8 to 10. By 6 months, they were reading. And they say now when the medication, because we were working on health, right? They said, when I see the cards of my children, I can differentiate between who had, or the dosage and all of those things. Some of them fizzled into the mass literacy of that. I want you to tell you, my sister, that you should not give up in terms of when you talk about Erelu and the rappers. There was a day I was going for a meeting with about 150 women in Ajegunle. That morning, I moved from my gate. I was taking my daughter to drop in school before going anywhere. Then I saw a woman lying down, from waist down, naked. She was lying down, not too far from our gate. I asked the security men, is she dead? They said no, that she seems to be breathing. Then they showed me, apparently she gave birth. Somebody took the baby away. They injected her. And so they left her on the roadside there. Because you can see the placenta. Okay. I was running late for my meeting. I was going to drop my daughter. The fact that other women were looking, of course. They were looking, but they did not know what to do. I quickly went back home. You know, my daughter's school is just a stone throw. I dropped my daughter. I came back. I went straight home. I used to keep fresh pants and some wrappers like that, you know, that are fresh. I then carried pad and everything. I came. When I came back, all the women that were hanging far away moved in. They brought their wrappers. I first stretched a wrapper to the back of my car. I was with a driver to the back of the car. We carried her there. When we attempted to carry her, then she said, I said, because the police, if you carry a body to the police, is I said, if she's dead, I'll have to leave her here. You know, that kind of a thing. What will I do? What was I going to do? You know, that I looked at her. And she said, with a faint voice, she said, I am not dead. Okay. So I took her to a hospital that is one of the most expensive in Lagos. The guy here can finish you with bills. But I had some sisters I can cause trouble for. And we will contribute. Yes. So I trusted that. And I took this lady to the hospital. Apparently she had lost so much blood. You know, so eventually the doctor gave about 4 pints of blood. But when they loosened her hair, she was tying a napkin. When they loosened the hair, they said she was a mad woman. Actually a mad woman. But she said before I dropped her at the hospital, she said this is her 4th child that they are collecting from her. So somebody is busy impregnating her, and once she's due to have the baby, they have the baby, they drug her and then dump her. But thank God that where they dumped her, you know, were able to pick her up. And so we went further. So I went to work and all of that. They gave her 4 pints of blood. And they treated her. By the time she got to know herself, he said, who took my baby? Who took my baby? He's the person who brought me here. And all of that. The doctor was saying, no. It was a good Samaritan that brought you. And we're happy. Then she sat back, recollected for a while, and then. But after 4 days, she just carried her things and left. And walked away. But you couldn't stop her. Then I came from work. I said, this doctor is going to deal with me. The bill. If the man gives you bill, anyway, this one is also, they were our hospital, but this one is not a personal bill. And so it means I have to pay all the bill. I came, and I remember the man's name, Dr. Weye. I said, please give me the bill. He said, you have no bill. And what's the reason? He said, I used to go and attend to the mental health people. And I have forgotten about it. Until you just came to remind me. He said, we just need more Nigerians like you. He said, thank you for bringing her to me. You have no bill. What I'm trying to tell you is don't give up. Because other people are not doing it. And that's why I say the reflection here should go on self. If you see such a woman, would you go? I took the decision because I said, I'm going for women's empowerment meeting. And there is a woman here. What am I going to tell them at the meeting? I was late to the meeting, but I had a reason to explain to them why I was late. And so, do you have other friends who if a woman is in trouble, to share with, that you can go and cause trouble? You can call Ene, you can call this Ene here too. I'm sure she can find 10,000. If you call Festus, Festus will be able to give you 10,000. And things like that. Call Father, this person. We need to locate women who are having issues and act together. Don't worry that some people have not acted. Don't worry that you are meeting the stumbling block. Like Nelson Mandela said, he said, if you cannot walk, first he said, walk. If you cannot walk, crawl. You know, run if you can run safe. But don't just stop. Keep moving. And so it's important for us to ensure that all of those things are done. FIDA, CEDAW has not been this thing because of the patriarchal nature. Anytime they bring it, there was a time we led things there. Some people will put assertions that maybe you are putting family planning there, and all of that. They say, Catholic Church, you are against family planning, and this one says you are against what? And then they kept toiling with the bills. But when they go to international meetings, they have reported already that the progress they are doing, and that is why as civil society organizations, we hold the government accountable here. Wherever they are going, we have a shadow to ask them. They should ask them, about the things. And so accountability is a big issue, but we also have to hold ourselves accountable for the things that we do. On the persons with disability, lack of awareness. The women, there are so many people that are not living with disability. The 50% of women are not all with disability, but they don't care. So it's not about people with persons with disability. TAF Africa is doing a lot of work. They are doing a lot of work on persons with disability, and I think the 2023 general election had more persons with disability in terms of contestants. And they didn't just stop there. We held a meeting, a huge meeting for persons with disability. All of those who are contesting were at the meeting. And then we went to a town hall meeting with AIT. We were there to speak on their behalf, and everybody, at one point or the other, anybody can become disabled. And so there is somebody say, if you are not seeing well, you are using glasses. What is that? If you are not doing certain things, it's just the degrees of disability that we are talking about. And so what is befalling women is also is a social inclusion issue. We have the Federal Character Commission. The Federal Character Commission of Nigeria is the one that makes sure that it's not only, appointments to the federal positions are not lopsided. And my question is, why can't you use that Character Commission to correct the imbalance of representation in your population? You can do it. And so why can't you do it? It's because some men are sitting there. Many of them are men that have violated so many women and cannot stand the test of time. But they are still our children. They are people's children. And so there are degrees. If you go to Uganda, there is a grandma's. You have grandma's caucus. You have different level of caucus. So that those ones can call the children together. Like sometimes when we are demonstrating, the grandmas are telling us, tell us to come. And that's why I say those who took the decision in National Assembly, many of them lost their seats. Those who kicked against the gender bill, many of them didn't go back. Because I was looking at the face of the very old women who were in the sun in the National Assembly. I said, this is a curse. Many of those who still went back, cheated and went back, they have a curse on their head. Unfortunately, that's not this thing. So TAF Africa is doing something on the persons with disability. What is befalling the whole of social inclusion is what is befalling, But I think the last election too, even the bid in Osun here, for the first time in Osun State, was when we now have ad hoc workers who were persons with disability. They were inclusive. So I think we are moving. This is moving. The contest of a NUJ, my sister, I will say congratulations. That's a long haul. I will not go for the vice chair. I will go for the chair. That is it. Go and break the rule. No, break the sink. What is it? Why are you collecting this? You are a journalist just like any other journalist. The population is not there. The sensitivity is not there. Like I said from when I was contesting, even I was told that women will not. There are some women that are still in the side. Don't hate them. Love them. Some of them, some of them will bring you something, some will not bring you anything. It is a political circle. Some of them did not come there because they wanted you. They came there because the other person sent them. That is politics for you. Now you need to realize, who are you in the context of things? Right now, anybody who sees you will reckon with you. So what are you doing on the ground? How are you also raising others to come with you? During the election, even if you are not involved, what role are you playing so that you become a stakeholder? When you have a cloud, a cloud around you and crowd, it will help you. because you can't do it alone. And when somebody else wants to go, support them. When you are supporting them, mobilize for that person. When you want to go, everybody will look. Is this, even if you don't defeat, go there and at least prove something. And so the issue of pole hand syndrome that I'm talking about is something that is innate in some of us. Petty jealousies. I used to tell somebody, I said, if I catch my husband with maybe a friend of mine or something and all that, I walk away. I say, he doesn't deserve me. He's degrading himself. He degraded himself. So I'm going to quarrel with a woman? Nonsense. You know, so all of those things. So you need to put a choice. Some people will quarrel over boyfriend, quarrel over waiting. They knock your heads together and then you start quarreling. You are not worth me. If you now leave me and you go to my friend and all of that, then I'm telling you, you know, I'm going to start quarreling. Enemy, you need to reconcile yourself with God. You know, because what we quarrel over, it does not deserve any quarrel. You know, so you need to become, how can we be stakeholders? Are we just voters? You know, it's not just going to go and be voted for. Are you a stakeholder? Before the election, how have you strengthened yourself? So that before the election, whoever is the governor, tell us what you're going to do. How many women? Do you have the data? This woman can go for Commissioner for Health. This one can go for this. Did you bring out the names? Bring the names out and all of that. This is our list. Those who champion those ones, it's not that I am championing because I'm going to be the one that you pick. If they pick you alone, it's not enough. If they pick you alone, it's not enough for us. Where is the team? Where is the club of women that are qualified to go into politics? You have community leaders. You have women who are leading their communities. Can you make them go into the council? How do we support them? So we need to change and go in with a lot of sensitization. And so, what can we do together to change? I think Bukola has said some of the things here. We need to set goals. 2027 is around the corner. 26. No, there's 26 and 27. You know, here in Osun, Osun is because of governorship. And then the houses of assembly and all of that is 27. You get the point. So you get ready for both of it. How do you raise the strategy? JDPC, you have done very well by bringing us together. I know you have other plans that you say you are going to pull that. Father has said, for all of you, I think the question is going to all of you. What can we do to move on? It's not just for me to answer. From the local community, from the traditional rulers, what can we do? Some tentacles have changed, even at those levels. Women are also in the council. All the women, the great women of our land, they are all in the palaces as well. The women who will tell the Oba not to move and the Oba cannot move, they are there. So Yalode and all of that, everybody, Yaloja is there. And so many other people, powerful women. Can we target them, these women leaders, so that they can bring councillors? Are we together? Okay, let's take the next two questions before we end.
Thank you very much, Ma. I want to thank the JDPMC for availing us this opportunity and our guest speaker. I enjoyed that. And I believe we are moving there and we are getting close. It's only if all of us can become passionate as she is. It's a work of passion. If you have passion towards something, you know, your focus, everything will be geared towards achieving that. I want to look at three major areas. My own is contribution, not a question. I want to look at the area of economic power. And that is where the thing lies. It's very good if you can mobilize ourselves to join political parties. But when we get to those political parties, are we active? There is need for us to be active, not only in terms of activities generally, but economically. They need to feel us. You get to political party meetings, you can make it happen. please give them pure water. Everybody, serve pure water. Sometimes it could be biscuits. But when you are around, they know something will come out. So we can start from there. Whenever we're there, that is in the area of economy. Make it happen. Just know that there is going to be a change whenever you are around. You may not have money, like men throwing it around. You know, they normally bring money. But women, economically, we have low power. But then, the little we have, let's be generous about it. Then one other thing I want us to look at is that wherever we are, let's be active. Let's be active in terms of contribution. When they want to nominate, they will just say, that woman. It's not only, we are not due for this woman leader thing of a team. That's the usual position they will give us. And that's the maximum. Give them woman leader. Where they will serve. Where they will serve us coke or something. We are more than that. We are more than that. We are more. Some of them knew that we have more wisdom and other things. I could remember. I remembered I contested in the university. That was my departmental something. All the students from 100 level to 400, they are not more than, they're not even up to 200. So I collected form. I wanted to vie for position of financial secretary. There was a man that they said, somebody has already collected. I don't want to know. It's a contest. So immediately the men, those guys, they knew that a lady has, I wasn't married then. They said, a lady, and they said, Adiola has collected. You know, they feed G3. They started campaigning. We were not so many women then. In my own class, we were just 8 ladies there. But from 100 to 400, we're not more than 25. I mean, ladies. But they started campaigning. They said, this one is for women. Anything about money is women that can take care of it. And someone. So a day to the election, you know what? That man withdrew. He withdrew his this thing.
2
said,
seconds more.
So like that. So I want to say that women can handle things better. Then let's consider that area of economy. Then another thing is that I want us to go informal level, at informal level. Men, sometimes, thank God for NCWS, we have started some things, and that's our
Thank you, ma.
we have, sorry ma, please, this informal level, we can recruit men also to be our ambassadors. We can, some of them, they have love for women. Actually, if they nominate your wife for a particular person, won't you be happy about it? They say yes. Then start campaigning for women. Start speaking, advocating for women. So I said, yeah, you have become one of our advocates. So at that informal level, if you involve them, they too will be convincing one another. They have already told us several times that we can't have it a la carte, and we know that they can't just give it to us on a platter of gold. But let us try to involve them. Let's try to involve them so that we win them to our side. We have them as our husbands at home, as our children, our sons. So please, may God help us. We soon get there.
Yes, thank you so much, ma. Without wasting time, I'm standing on the existing protocol. My contribution is just, we'll be talking about way out. But I think we need to still go back home. It's our mindset, our orientation while we were very young. You know, the training we were given when we were young brought us to this stage. That women, who are they? Women. But I'm so opportune to attended. I attended a girls' school. My principal then, of blessed memory, was a very tough woman. She brought us up like men, and we were still very happy for that. And so because of that, we need to still go back home, train our girl child to be, to train them to be human beings, not like a girl, a slave, the domestic servants in the house. So by the time we finish with all these ones we are talking about, we are still coming back to them. because they are the ones that will come into this policy in future. Please and please. And those that are saddled with is it whether you are in the teaching profession or you handle female children or female students, female pupils, please, as from now, let them know that they too are human beings and they can be whoever God wants them to be. Let us give them that opportunity. Let us give them that training. Yes, that training to be able to stand up as independent human beings wherever they find themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Everybody has been on existing protocol, so me, I will sit on the existing protocol. My name is Olulope Lagbenro, the coordinator for Women in Governance Projects in Osun State. I'm happy. Women in Governance Project is an initiative of the National Council for Women's Society, Osun State. And everything we've been talking about here, they are part of our objectives, part of the activities that we intend to do. We started Women in Governance this year when we saw the results of the election. So we went to Rave FM with the president of the National Council Women's Society. I want to let you know that we've had advocacy visits. We visited the Council of the Traditional Rulers in Osun State. All the Council of Obas, Oluwo was there. All of them were there. That was even before they did the appointments for commissioners and all that. We visited political leaders, but we were equally disappointed that it happened. None, 2 out of 25. We have a group, and when that list came out on our group, we were also sober that day. We said, 2 out of 25 is just 8%. We are nowhere. Unfortunately, by the time they did the selection of the chairman of boards and parastatals again, when I read the list, I didn't even see any woman, maybe one. Can you see us even arguing here? 1, 2, we don't even know. Then when we saw the list of the special advice, how many of them are there again? I just want us to know that the work, though, has commenced, but I'm happy that we are all here now. Please, let's see ourselves as now the community of practice. It is our responsibility. Part of our efforts is that in your church, do you make efforts to speak once in a while to say women should be involved in your schools? Women, most of women, in our schools. So want to go to the schools, let's even start small. Let's start from the young girls. I'm happy to also let us know that at the moment there's an adolescents boot camp going on at the Redeemers University, camping over 500 girls from different states: Osun, Oyo, Kwara, Ekiti. And then those ones are residential in Redeemers University. It's going to end on Friday. They arrived on Monday. Then Kano and Kaduna, they are doing theirs in the northern part. So these things have started. But you and I, in our mind, what are we ready to do? Now, when she spoke about passion, let's be passionate about this thing. Anywhere we find ourselves, let's talk about this thing. It will take them, they will hear it. When today, Nawaj is talking about the same thing. Tomorrow, Form 1 is saying the same thing. But by the time we say this thing, let them know, let them see us speaking about the fact that we are not fighting you, but we want women representation. I remember when we visited the House of Assembly, there were certain questions, and then they were asking us, okay, bring the women and missed you. We said, no, it's not for us. I'm not a PDP member, and we know that it's PDP that is there. That was before they did the selection of the commissioners. So we asked them. Thank you. So we asked them, we said, your political leaders, they have daughters. And because we also know that an empowered woman, it's easier to convince an empowered woman to say, yeah, come out. And we want you there. The Lord will help us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. God bless you. I want to say good afternoon, and well done to our guest, speaker. In fact, it's a real privilege meeting you and being under this forum. I want to appreciate the JDPMC. In fact, it's been wonderful. I'm happy to be, here. God bless you, and more grace to your elbows. Just on a quick note, thank God. What our guest speaker rounded up with is about traditional sector. She made mention of something like that. And I want to actually shed some light or ask for more guidance, because I could pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things. One, she started by, self-esteem and confidence. Self-esteem and confidence. I picked another thing, that at least a journey of 1 million years starts with a step. And so whatever I want to achieve against 2026 should start by now. Then another thing is that from the royal sector now, from the traditional sector, we know KBACs, the Obas, everything in the community belongs to them. It's like it's under them. How can we actually do it? We want women to be meeting from now, to start as early as possible. It says, we shall not cry in Jesus' name, but we need to start something early enough so that they will know that we mean business. And what we are starting is not just campaign, but at least, educating and enlightening our women, our girls, our ladies, and our mothers, that they should believe in themselves. They should, be able to know that they can do it as well. In order to see that all these children, all these young teenagers and young adults, they do not just sell out themselves, and they should build upon whatever they can build upon in order to become something come 2026, God willing. Now, from the community sector, can we actually, I don't know, can we actually gather women, be doing this meeting, be educating them, be enlightening them, when it is getting close to, is it campaign or whatever, a period, under the same umbrella of these women, they have to share themselves. Some go to party A, some will go to party B, some will go to party C. How do we actually coordinate this, and how do we support one another to see that we do not pursue two rats and lose the two? So may the Lord help us. Meanwhile, as traditional rulers, we are not to support. Even if you support a party, we should not show it, so that they don't burn the bad palace for you. So may the Lord help us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Yola Olusegun, I'm the Executive Director of Organization for Public Awareness on Child and Women Rights. It's my pleasure to meet Mrs. Ene. I used to see her on the news, discuss about women's rights and all that. It's my pleasure. I'm very happy to see you today, to sit with you one-on-one. My concern is about a particular section in the verb law, Osun State verb law, that criticizes indecent dressing. I think there is need for that section of the law to be, there is need for amendment. Because when we talk about indecent dressing is relative. What is not decent to me may be indecent to somebody else. So that section of the law is my concern. I don't know what we can do about it, because I was going through it. I want to talk from my personal experience as a social worker, because we do go to rural areas. We are working in about 6 communities in the state, and we discovered that the women leaders in those communities were only being used political parties. And after the election, they are dumped. Their communities are not developed, and they complain to us. And one of the challenges I realize they are facing is economic deprivation. They are not
financially empowered. A lot of them, they see the 1,000 they give to them as something substantial to sustain themselves for a few days. What can we do about this? Those women need to be empowered. Having said that, we also do go to school. We do school outreaches. I'm not seeing a brighter future of political leaders among women in Osun State, going by what is happening in our secondary schools, ma. There was a particular school we went to that the vice principal, the principal had to call us and, pleaded with us to be coming for sensitization on regular basis, because a lot of the students just get dropped out when they get to SS2, SS1. They are being impregnated. Even their parents will take Ashoebi to go and celebrate naming ceremony when they are impregnated. So it's a very big challenge. So the future of Osun State, when we talk about women political leaders, I don't see it as bright. I pray God will make things work. So we need a lot of work to do in respect to our, when I saw JDPMC school outreaches, I was very impressed. We need to partner with them to do more, because there are so many schools in the state. Thank you very much, ma.
Thank you very much. Mine is a contribution, and I have listened to everyone speak, but I think, in my opinion, we have put the boy child aside. I'll give an example. I was to make a donation somewhere. Then the man came to me and said, Mr. Richard, how much are you donating? I told him, let me consult with the bossa. That is my wife. He's a very close person to me, but he abused me. He said, so you mean you can't even say anything until you discuss with your wife, blah, blah, blah. Now, I think we as parents, we need to sensitize the boy child as well. Look, we need to make them know from childhood that a girl child is not supposed to be a second-class citizen to you. That you are a boy does not make you more of a human being than a girl child. So, if we are looking at the girl child, the men, so to speak, that we are talking about now, that are a kind of bottlenecks, they did not become these bottlenecks when they were men. It started from the home. So, don't say, why the boy is playing football, the girl is in the kitchen. Who says the boy cannot be in the kitchen as well? So, as we are trying to save this generation, let us prepare our boy children as well. A girl child is not a second fiddle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any boy whose capacity is not built is a liability. If you don't build the boy's capacity, it's a liability. Because when the girls know how to, because we are all born tabula rasa. It depends on how you teach somebody, is the path you set for the children that you walk through. And it's a very tough one. But everybody has a capacity to learn to cook, both boys and girls. But some of us, we deny the boys. And especially when you have housemates, they would rather work with the girls, and they are not working with the boys. The boys, they don't have patience with the boys at all. They keep knocking them up. I had to stall to one, at one point. Even the sisters, those who are older, no, just go. No. All of them will have to be part of the process. If not, you leave a liability for a woman who is going to marry that your child. And so socialization from the process, from the beginning, is very, very important. I know a lot of men who do the cooking and do all of those things. I was one minister. We're going to talk to him about sensitivity on gender disease. The man said, mommy. He bats his child. He said, now, my children are all grown. The other time I went on holiday, I put my grandson on my back. That's a minister, a male minister. that's to tell you that we had some lessons, but let's work on it. The issue of economic empowerment, and I matched that with the issue of the poverty level, which was talked about before. I think the former secretary to the local government, who was, during her comment, talked about women who were queuing and being given 500 naira. The poverty level we have right now, before that day, that woman may not have seen 500. And so, ordinarily, they have looted the economy, they have looted our money, they have made it impossible for us. And so, we the society is looking up for them. If you can just dangle 100 naira, they have belittled and degraded humanity to that level. An old woman, when we were growing up, an old woman never takes a bribe. Women don't take a bribe, but she's looking at what she's going to eat. Even if they say that's how they react, is when my mom's sister, one day I went home because her children abandoned her. But I made sure that on a monthly basis, I make sure that I send, since my mother is not alive again, I say, what am I doing? What will she tell my mom if she meets my mom? And I did that to the very end. Even when people were telling me, oh, that woman is a witch, or what are you doing? Oh? I said, have you ever seen a rich man's mother who is a witch? So when some women have read, you look at them, you say, these are witches and wizards. These women have seen fire in raising their children. Fire, hot fire like this, they will cook and give their children. And then they say they are witches. And so you draw back from them. And so there are so many things. The poverty level now. My aunt told me, he said, well, I came home one day and she said, a friend of mine died. Called the name and all of that. He said, you are keeping me alive. It is hunger that killed that woman. Hunger is killing people raw. Hunger is killing people. So I'm just saying that sometimes when you see the subjection, and that is why we need to build cells to start taking care of even older women. How much are you giving to them? In building the community that Mommy has talked about, in building that community is for us to start looking for which next woman can we help. Remember the words of Margaret Ekpo. What did you do for your sisters? There is a woman in your village right now that is so hungry. She can't go anywhere to us and nobody is looking at her. Do you identify that woman? I go around and I somehow, unfortunately, my best friend in life from my environment, she's dead now. If not, she was the one who will locate who needs help. And we track her down. We track. So what are you doing with your excess money? Instead of buying the biggest lace or the Ashebi and all of that. When you tell me to buy Ashebi, if I don't have the money, I say, sorry. Or if somebody needs that money, I'll go and give them. I'll come as I am. Send me out. So there are so many things that are important that we're not using. You do Ashebi that you will never wear again. You go and spend 30,000, 40,000. One of my friends wanted, the children went to get married. They said, come as beautiful as you are. And for the members of the media, I just want to say a big thank you. The cameraman, even as you go, I want to say a big thank you to them. The issue of media strategy is major. You mentioned, I think you also mentioned it. Many women don't go to face the media. They will invite them, they will hunt them down and say, come and say what you say to the people. Women will not go. But I tell you, for me, right from time, if they call me to come to the media, because it's an opportunity to air your voice, to save people. But what I do, I don't sleep. If you ask me to come to the media house tomorrow morning at 7, I will not sleep. I will research on that topic. If I don't know, I will call somebody. So that you don't go there and go and say something that will even denounce you. Why the reasons why I don't take it for granted. Because if your voice has to be heard for 5 minutes, it's in billions, it's in millions. So but I also know that people need to be trained. I did that in the past. The women who want to go for politics, can we identify them early? And have a media training for them. JDPC, in Osun State. Can we identify them, put it in your program and put it in your budget? Can you have a media training? How to approach the media? How to evade questions? Because sometimes media will crash you down and want you to say something. But I am never afraid of them. Recently they told me, because we had a meeting with the INEC chairman, and somebody was asking and said, are you still saying INEC chairman should apologize to Nigerians or should resign? I told them, I said, channels, we and you, we monitored the election together. We monitored even the 2022 Electoral Act together. I sat in your studio and we watched it together. We were happy that, at least the Electoral Act came, so that INEC can use that to improve our electoral process. We were on the streets and all of that. Now the whole country is waiting for Ene Obi to say, INEC chairman resign. I say, you want to hear it from me? I say, I won't give you that opportunity. What do you say? I said, what is the country saying? Somebody performed so low. Somebody betrayed the whole country. I knew that there was a lacuna in the Electoral Act. We knew INEC deliberately used their own Section 18, subsection A, and all of that, because they said you don't have to upload to make it legal or whatever. Whatever he said, there is a lacuna there. How many months before the election, somebody called me and said, INEC has taken decision on this election. This is what is going to happen. I confronted the INEC chairman right there. He said, Ene, what are you talking about? We will upload real time. How come you uploaded Senate and House of Representatives and presidency you could not upload? Who are you talking to? People look at you in the eye and they tell you lies and you say it's okay. I say it's not okay. But we must all stand upright. In everything you do, ladies and gentlemen, you must stand upright for yourself. Stand upright for others, because we only have but a time in the world. And so, starting to coordinate, in terms of coordination, I think we have to come into planning session. We should be quick in terms of how do we start? You have women's groups. We have your community. What do they know about themselves? To get to something, you need to start community meeting. What are you doing the community meeting about? Knowing about yourselves, having respect for your family, having time for your children. No matter what I do, I learned one lesson from, one of the United States presidents. That's Clinton and his wife. He said, no matter how tired I am, before we go to bed, myself and my wife, each one of us will have 10 minutes for our child. Do you have time for your children? And that's the point that you are raising. Do we have time for our children? Or because we have been so burdened with so many things, we don't have any patience again. When they just stop, we shout on them, shout them down. But they have waited the whole day to see you. But when you come, you don't have time for them. Other people will have time for them. And that will not be good enough. And so make out time, quality time. Let them trust you and wait for you to tell you that important thing in their lives. Be friends with your children. My children are my best friends. Before they tell somebody anything, they will tell me first. Because we must trust each other. If I carry my kid, Mommy, where are you going to? I tell them. And when you carry your own, say, where are you going to? You also have to tell me. That's the point. I was going for a holiday some time ago. And my son said, Mommy, where are you going to? And I didn't want anybody to know where I was going. My last son, looked at me and said, Mommy, so is that how we are now? I was confused. He said, so if in future I tell you I'm going somewhere, for how many days, and I don't tell you when I'm going, so it's okay. Oh. And when he said that, I knew that I was in trouble. I had to disclose where I was going to. And I did. The verb law whatever has gone with the verb law, law is something that can be amended. If you notice that, let there be sensitization around it. There was a female member of the Senate that came out, some years ago, that wanted to do a bill on indecent dressing in Abuja. If you see how we shut her down, upon all the poverty in the land, upon all the things in the land, you didn't see anything to make law on. It is indecent dressing. Because for me, every human being is naked. Just close your eyes. Everybody is naked. Adam and Eve. So what is so special about what you are talking about? People are hungry and we need to feed them. So what's the issue there? And so people are over-bloating a lot of things. Transparency and accountability must be your watchword. Because if you are going into community organizing, you need to be open. There is one organization we started work with 3 years ago. Women just coming together to start meeting. They started meeting and then they started doing adashi. That is contribution. They started doing contributions. I can tell you, the women in Bauchi State, they have about 120 million now in their bank by their own contributions, and they are giving each other loans and all of those things. What that means is that the issue of economic empowerment can pull people together. When they come for meeting, group meetings like that, when you tell them, have you noticed anybody in your own constituency? Sometimes it doesn't have to be a woman in that constituency for you to elect, but somebody who is a stakeholder that you can trust. But you have to all, pull that. It's unfortunate to see the LGAs, the caretakers. I think we're going on advocacy to the First Lady. That's a session tomorrow. Having an advocacy visit. These are things, and I can say that before I left ActionAid, we got a letter for partnership, collaboration from the governor. And so we will be able to speak to them. I'll tell the other country director when they are having meeting with the governor. People need some orientation. And I think that is what is not working. People need orientation. But even if we are not getting the politics right, are there how can we start trusting each other? How can we start working with each other? In your organization, what are you doing in your office? What are you doing in your community? What are you doing as a network? If it's persons with disabilities, are you doing some networking? On what networking? Because we have more than 20 million persons with disabilities, which have physically that you can see, and then you have other classes of people as well. It's a social inclusion issue that we have to cope with. I think, the issue of men inclusion is real. And that's why I really liked Women in Nigeria, because it was an organization of men and women, but for the advancement of the Nigerian woman. All of them were feminists. To be a feminist is that you want to advance the cause of a woman. That's what makes you a feminist. Forget all the theories that people are throwing tantrums about. But that's what I choose to believe, and that's what Google, tells us as well. The inter-party agency, IPAC, I have been to their retreats a couple of times in terms of politics. IPAC, I've been following up with them. They say even the male membership of IPAC itself is problematic. And so they say they have deliberately kept 4 positions for women. As at the last time we went on the retreat, they had not filled it. I said, IPAC chairman, we met in a public place and all of that. We were challenging each other. I said, IPAC chairman, you have not found the women, Abi, to fill the positions. And at least we have access to be able to say those things. And so I want to again say a big thank you. If there are some things that I have not responded to, I want to say a big thank you again to JDPMC, especially Father, who is not able to be here today. He really wanted to be here. But I have another meeting in Ibadan on Friday, which would have been more convenient. The timing would have been convenient for them. But I said, if I have a meeting in Ibadan on Friday and I'm having this meeting here today and tomorrow, let me combine, and make sure that I'm able to pay attention to some of those things, because each of these meetings are important. But I hope that he joins us tomorrow when we get to go to the governor's wife. It's been really educative seeing all of you. It's a great pleasure knowing you and the quality of people that we have, in this state. You really have the quality and the courage. Do not be discouraged. That's my word to you. Let's keep moving. And we plan together. I know they have told me all sorts of things. They are likely to bring me back sometime. But, we'll do the best that we can to be available. My involvement is not what will move you forward. I can only encourage you. But you have to do this yourself. We will together. We'll continue to work in Nigeria because for the rest of my life, I continue to stand on the struggle for social justice, and I continue, like I said earlier, women, girls, that's my constituency because I was a girl child. But humanity is my tribe. Thank you very much.
Please let us put our hands together for ourselves.
Okay, one more thing. Can you please go behind your chairs? We can't do this without giving ourselves some energy. All right? Atama. You need to, don't stand like a statue. You need to bring your body balance. Okay, are we ready? Okay, move your energy so that you can recover. Okay. So, when you say labako is labako. You move from one side to the other. Abarina is 3 times of labako. Okay? It's 3 times and you have to turn around with it. By the time you finish the 3rd one, you should be facing where you started. Are we together? Are we together? Okay. Atama. I think it's loud enough. Oh, live streaming you are doing. Okay. Atama. Labako. Abarina. Are we together? Okay, put your energy. Are we together? All right. Okay. Atama. Labako. It needs to be faster, Faster. Okay. Atama. Labako. Labako. Abarina. I'm going to say, Gusia. If I say gusia, you say gusia. Can you do that? Gusia means pool. So you can domesticate it to your language. This is Gusia, it means pull. Pull. You know, get your body ready as if you are really pulling, As if you are really pulling. Are you ready? So if I say Gusia, you say Gusia as you are pulling. If I say Gushenge, Gushenge means pull more. You say Gushenge. If I say Gushenge, you say Gushenge. If I say Gushiamuna, you say Gushiamuna. That means pull big. Okay? If I say Gushiamuna, you say Gushiamuna. If I say Ikuna, it's for you to bring it together. You don't have to say anything again. Ikuna, you bring it together. Ikuna, you bring it together. I say release your energy because I have dissipated so much energy. And you have. So when we release that energy and love to the air, many of us will capture some and go home with it. Isn't it? Are we together? Okay, I will see whether there is energy in this room or not. I'm willing to leave some of my strength here. Are you ready to catch it? Okay, bring the energy together. From your head to your toe, everywhere, just bring the energy. Okay, are you ready? Can I see how the strength is? Okay. All right. What's here? There is no energy in this room. Okay. Show me that you have the energy. Yes. Are you ready? What's here? The way two of you are ready there, I don't even see. All right. Put some energy from all the suffering that you have been suffering for the women in the States and where we are going to get to. We have to be ready for 2026 and 2027. All right. And then energy for more advocacy. We won't give up. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay. Bushia! Bushia! And you have to be smiling. Some people are not smiling. Yes, I want to see the smiles. All right. Okay, can we go to it now? All right. Bushia! 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 Ikuna! Ikuna! Release the energy.
Let's put our hands together for ourselves, please. So yes, before we take the vote of thanks by Mr. Festus on behalf of the General Coordinator, I want to also remind us that we did not just bring everybody here today from different sectors for nothing, not just for this program. I believe that before we leave this place, we must have gotten the phone number of one or two persons. This is not a gathering that we should just come and forget about it. We want us to be able to meet, interact, and then be able to build that necessary network that is going to lead us to where we are supposed to be. So, we're going to have the vote of thanks by Mr. Festus Ojewumi on behalf of the General Coordinator.
All right, thank you very much. I want to say a very big thank you for our time on behalf of the General Coordinator. We sincerely appreciate your efforts. Thank you for your time. Let me start from our mommy. Thank you for offering your feathers for us to fly freely. Thank you for everything you're doing for humanity. It's our sincere prayer that God will continue to strengthen you. So we thank you very much. But before I quickly conclude this, please, it's going to be very important that we have a kind of action plan, what we call action plan, that's going forward. Like, as we have in the room, this is one of the, let me say, biggest women gathering that we've been having, because it actually cuts across a lot of women sectors, women in media, politics, and so it actually be very good if we can actually have a kind of an action plan for us to work on. We will appreciate if before we leave we can just write it in a sheet of paper, a kind of action plan. I was discussing the other time, maybe okay, this is what we actually plan to do. We just write it in a sheet of paper. We can just write our names. Then from there we will get and collate. It's going to be a kind of communique that will be coming out from this our gathering, because it's actually very important. So I want to urge us like an action plan or what we are doing in our respective sectors to actually promote women inclusion. Please let us write. We actually have the contact of everyone. Let us write, then submit to us. Then from there, we're going to harmonize and see how things that we have written can actually be captured in further engagement. Because it's not going to end here. The discussion will not end here. Please, action plan. Like she said about the need for us to be training women in politics, we already have that in mind. And we're already planning towards that. So please, action plan. Let us just write it on a sheet of paper. Then we will harvest them. Then we see going forward. Please, I will appreciate if we can do that before we leave. So, like I said, on behalf of the General Coordinator, Reverend Father Peter Akikumi, we want to appreciate all our mummies. I may not be able to begin to mention our names, but I will just use sector to actually cut across everything. Women in politics, we want to thank you for coming. Women in civil society organizations, we want to say a very big thank you. Our mummies, our traditional rulers, our oloris, thank you very much, ma, coming, and our regards to KBAC and the palace. May the Lord God Almighty strengthen you. Our associations of persons with disability, thank you for coming. We really appreciate your efforts. Our media, thank you for the job well done. And also women in media too, we want to say a very big thank you. FIDA, we appreciate your coming. Thank you very much. Our mommy, the president, Form 1 and Wowicam, thank you for coming. We really appreciate. Please, like going forward, some of the work plans some of the actions plans we are writing down, if there is need for us to take some as advocacy visits, we will definitely do that. As said, we'll be meeting Erelungozi Adeleke for some other talk as regards the women inclusion. We have actually noticed our efforts in promoting women inclusion, so we'll be having a further discussion with general work as your association, as an association, yes. As an association, let's write something, then we'll take it. Like women in civil society organizations, we have trainings for women and things like that. So let us harvest that. That is what we actually going forward. That anytime we have something, you can also be called upon. And to further take this discussion, tomorrow, by the grace of God, we want you all to tune to Rave FM tomorrow between the hours of 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. She will be on here to further discuss on women inclusion as regards Osun State. 4 to 6, ma. 4 to 6 p.m. on Rave. So there is going to be opportunity to call in for us to lend our voice to as regards women. But that of the courtesy visit to the wife of the governor is between 1 and 3 p.m. So thank you very much. If there is any other thing, please we'll be reaching out.
Sorry, before you leave, so what's the next line of action from here?
The next line of,
I know we have made some recommendations and
yes,
pulled some things. Is that enough for
yes,
you to synthesize?
Yes, it's the one we have, it's enough, and the ones we are asked to write down to, we're going to harvest that alongside with others that we have actually penciled down. We have all our contacts, then there is going to be further engagement and discussion as regards women, because it's not going to end here actually. And that is why we are very sensitive in terms of selection. Please, I want to urge us, let us write action plan. We will best alongside with the recommendations that have actually been given and see the way forward. The ones that requires advocacy, we're actually going to do that. The ones that requires capacity building training, we're actually going to do that. The ones that require maybe carrying out a research, further research, the ones that requires maybe amendments of policy and things like that, all these things will be put on table and see how we can actually see.
Okay, Festus, my assignment may be to everybody.
All right.
That I just want, sorry to interrupt.
No problem.
The assignment is that as you go home, what is your take home? What are you going to do? So that when we come back, when there is another meeting, you'll be telling us what you have done differently. Who have you handheld? Which sister have you assisted? And all of that, because it's starting from you. So when you come back and you tell us you have not done anything, if you don't find a few women to be able to share your ideas with, to convince them and start the networking from there, then you didn't come for this meeting. So I thought, I should leave us with that. NCWS, you have a huge community. What are the women doing? But we have to, another thing is walk the talk. Walk the talk. Not do as I say. Walk the talk of who you are. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Please, for our information too, we would like to create a kind of WhatsApp group, or we add us to the existing women WhatsApp group we already have. Like while I was presenting the other time, I talked about women mobilizers. These women mobilizers we already have WhatsApp group for them. Their activities, how they carry out sensitization, they upload it on that WhatsApp group. So is it that we create one for us there, or we add us to the existing WhatsApp group? It creates opportunity for us for follow-up and also to share what we are doing in our respective local government or community. In addition to that, our plan is also to be organizing a kind of community town hall meetings that will talk about, okay, let's begin to sensitize people. So we have plans there too. So anytime we are hoping that we could be contacted for mobilizations and things like that. So, but as we have our contact, please want to urge us in ensuring that the WhatsApp that our phone number is actually our WhatsApp number, so that we can actually we want to build up a pool of women that once they speak, government we have no option than to listen. So this is what we're actually trying to put together. So thank you very much. It's on this note we started with prayers. After the closing prayers, we will go out there for, maybe I should leave that for you to take it over. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. But before we leave, we have a toll-free line where you can report cases of gender-based violence. You can also share this toll-free line with your community members to report cases of gender-based violence. At JDPMC, we render free legal services and other support. So, the number is 0800 200 2222. 0800 200 2222. That is 42. So, share with others so that they can report cases of gender-based violence. Thank you very much. A Christian gave the opening prayer. So we are going to have a Muslim give us the closing prayer. But as you leave, can you help us drop your plan on the table? We are going to pick them up. So we are going to have the closing prayer. Whatever you have jotted down, leave it for us and then we'll work on it. We'll have a Muslim give us the
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. We thank Almighty Allah to have made today possible for us and to have given us the opportunity of being here for the organizer to have made it possible for us to exchange experience and to take home a beautiful thing to our various communities. May Almighty Allah continue to be with them, to strengthen them, to be with them for the cause of women and children in the state and in Nigeria at large. Robana Latisquitulubano, Badaisa Tetano, Wablano Miladun Karamota, Wailano Miamrino Roshada. Thank you very much.
Photographs so that we can go and pick our children from grandma's place or any other place that we kept them.
See them everywhere on the streets, wasting their lives away. Youth can find no direction to put their everywhere they go. They're lonely, can't find no one bed. You like to see the children cry and waste their lives away, my brother. You like to see them die before they're
when they are starting something small, there might be competition to marry. And also they might compete against the not even politics this time.
Stop.
àti ìyàwó ẹ ṣáà máa wọ̀ ọ́ náà mà ti ń yà yín.
Because I know that your book is
We advocate to sponsor
Lydia, come on, return that plane.
Hey, Joe, please do bags. Oh, my take here, my worry. Okay.
No, they don't want the banner covered. That's why.
Yes, but it's fine like this. Are we complete? Don't worry, you're fine. It's a Zoom camera. So. Okay.
Camera rolling action.
Look here. One more.
Barrister, Mama said you should come.
Thank you, ma.
You have to stay in between. No. Yes, stay behind her. Yes.
You can't stay there.
That's
come.
And she has blocked me.
Step up, step down.
Sorry, ma'am. Is everybody set? Mama, don't worry. Everybody, yes. Yes, we're good. Oh, for
Yes, ma'am. Please, if you want last month, I was looking for a representative from your office.
Yes, ma'am.
She's not your official. Who's taking the picture? He's going to capture us. Okay, how do I get it? Please, can you take me? It's on camera. Yes,